about himself. Then he wrote a very long paragraph on what he hoped to write about in his follow-up essay. He said as far as he was including their recollections of their own family past, then he might come close to write biographical history of a nation. For when we refer to a nation, are we not really referring to the people that inhabit that nation? And so, isn't the story of a nation then really the story of the people who make up that nation? He said, most history spend too much time on the weather and the landscape and the constitution, and in the process they forget about the people. He posted this letter that very day and began to wait for the reply, and while he waited, the clocks on the earth all stopped turning. But for Lamang, the clock moved faster than ever before. Things had not worked out as smoothly as he had expected. After the reconciliation visit from the Victory Party officials, since the chairmanship was now irrevocably lost to him, he had expected to be offered another important position in the party, or even better, to be made the party's candidate for the post of chairman for the Keti local government. But no such offer came. In annoyance, he wrote a long letter to the party complaining of how he had been maltreated and that this time he was leaving the party for good, unless he was made the candidate for the office of chairman. No reply came. Lamang left the party for the second and, as he explained to the widows, the final time. A week later, a delegation came to Lamang with a proposition, but this time the delegation wasn't from his own party, but from the opposition party, the new Victory Party, the chairmanship. The very next day, Lamang held a big party in the courtyard to announce his move to the NVP from the VP and to discuss strategy for the coming elections for what sweeter revenge against it at the polls. A goat was slaughtered and the widows were on hand as usual to cook and serve and to make Lamang look good. The compound filled with faces, new faces belonging to the new party and some old faces that had simply come for the feast. Mamo, returning from work, decided to go straight to his room to escape the noise. His father was in the living room talking to Asaba. They were standing in the center of the room, their heads close together, whispering. Lamang had one hand on Asaba's shoulder and they looked so close, so intimate, that Mamo couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy as he thought that if things had been different between him and his father, he would have been the one standing there, with his father confiding in him. Later, Asaba met him in his room, looking happy and full of energy. He announced that Lamang wanted him to be the youth wing leader, just like before, this time in the new Victory Party. He had started growing a thick mustache, which looked rather out of place on his thin, sensitive face. Shame on our enemies. They thought we were down and out and gone. But look at this gathering. Just look, the whole village is here. He opened the window and poked his nose out, smiling all the time. I doubt it. This compound couldn't possibly contain the whole village, said Mamo. Then he quickly changed the subject. He knew if he so much as indulged him, Asaba could go on for hours on politics and victory. I've heard from La Mamo. That got Asaba's interest. He turned around and pulled a chair from the reading table and sat in it. His face lit up. What did he say? Where is he now? Somewhere in Liberia. Is he coming home soon? He didn't say. He has met a new girl and is thinking of getting married. I hope he comes home soon. This is the right time for him to be here. Why? To enter politics, of course. The party needs people like him at this time. We soldiers who are. Mamo sighed inwardly and stopped listening. Asaba now lived and breathed the party. Clearly, those months when Lamang was in limbo had been like purgatory to him, and it showed in his every future. He was scrawnier. His combat jacket and trousers had a few tears and hung him in folds. His eyes were red and shifty from increased marijuana intake, and when he spoke, He waved his arms about absently, not completing his sentences, as if he had forgotten what he had wanted to say or had simply lost interest. Last month, Mamo had witnessed a fight between Asaba and his father that had led to Asaba moving out. It seems Asaba had gotten the neighbor's daughter, a pretty thing called pregnant, Jumai, pregnant, and his father wanted him to do the honorable thing and marry her. But Asaba said he wasn't interested, and now he was facing his father squarely in the center of the living room, shouting, "Don't tell me what to do with my life. I will tell you what to do as long as you live under my roof and I am feeding you. You do nothing from morning to night but sit with your drunken friends and smoke marijuana and drink and brawl in the village. I'm getting tired of that. Don't worry, I am moving out of your house." And with that, Asaba had pushed past Mamo, who was still hovering at the door, and went out of the compound. Mamo had rushed after him, urging him to think and not to act rashly. But Asaba's mind was made up. He led Mamo to the nearest beer parlor and ordered a bottle and finished it in one go. "I am moving out of my father's house," he said. He did. The very next day, with the help of his friends, he built a round hut near the foot of the hills, far away from the nearest neighbor, and before long, the place became a hangout for the youth wing party members. That was when Asaba began to sell marijuana on the side to his friends. "Listen, Asaba," Mamo began. He wanted to say to his cousin, "Can't you see my father is only using you as a common thug to do his dirty work? And does it give you that much prestige to drive around drunk in a van, intimidating people? Don't you know this is only going to end up one way in disaster?" But even before he opened his mouth, he knew it was futile. Asaba wouldn't listen to him. He had never fully recovered from his dreams of becoming a soldier. His failure had always haunted him. But now, as leader of the youth wing, he had his own personal army. The party had made him an instant general. Mamo sighed again. "What?" Asaba asked, waiting for him to speak. Mamo reached out and touched him on the arm. "I was just thinking of that day at the abattoir, how things would have turned out for us if—" Asaba still waited. Yes, he said impatiently. "If what? How is Jumai? Have you been to see her parents yet?" "I'm waiting," said Asaba with a wink. "I'm waiting to see if it's a boy, then I will go. If not, I am not interested. Just be careful," Mamo said again as they parted. Asaba nodded and left the room, giving a brief military salute. The example of Plutarch. "Dear Mr. Laman, let me begin by apologizing for using the wrong title on you in my last letter. I did so not out of mischief, but because of the great quality of your writing, which, as far as I am concerned, is worthy of any professor. I note in your last letter the comments you made about not being really qualified to be called a historian. Allow me to differ. History is not only about paper qualifications. If it were so, then most of the old men we depend on for oral accounts of the past would be disqualified from calling themselves historians. Have you ever wondered how most historians got their material, especially those early experts on Africa? Most of their historical accounts were based on papers left by colonial officers and their wives, diaries and explorers, journals and missionaries' accounts, etc. And if those people could be called historians, then why not you? And so do not say you are not qualified to write history or on history. Remember only that a historian must avoid unnecessary subjectivity. I say unnecessary, because all history entails a certain degree of subjectivity, and this is not bad if it doesn't lead to a disregard for facts. He must be humble, and his only interest will be to shine a light on the past for the future. I am also intrigued by your idea of a biographical history. Have you ever considered doing this seriously? I mean, writing history, or even better, writing biographies. Let me explain why I think biography would be more in your field. Some points you mentioned in your essay, like history need to inspire, by emphasizing only our glorious moments, I'm afraid that is not for history to do. History should neither praise nor condemn, as that will amount to bias. And isn't that the very thing we criticize in the colonial histories? History only states what is, or what was, in the way it was, and by this I mean both chronologically and factually. Now, biography is totally different. It deals with the human element. It gives us the freedom to ruminate, to be subjective, and to philosophize, to examine character and to condemn or to praise. Remember, it has within its rubric the panegyric. Of course, it uses the technique of historian of history into the past, but it avoids history's constraints and limitations. It realizes more than history does that we are all human and fallible. Most importantly, it selects what people to write about, what events to highlight, what events to downplay. In short, it is more of an art than history. I've included a book, Plutarch's Parallel Lives, a classic of the genre, to illustrate what I mean. There is a long introduction about the author in the book, so I need not say more about Plutarch himself. Let me know what you think of my suggestion and of the book itself. I have also included two complementary copies of the quarterly with your first essay in it. I look forward to reading your second essay. Yours, Professor Batanda. The reply from Uganda took a month to come. Before then, to pass time, Mamo had made a draft of his follow-up essay with the title A Plan for a True History of the Keti People, which he now completed after reading Batanda's letter. It was twice the length of the first piece, mainly because he used a lot of local myths and legends to illustrate his point. They were the same myths and legends used by Drinkwater in his brief history, but with a different reading to emphasize what he called malevolent manipulation of history, which he countered with benevolent manipulation of history. This time, there was no Zara to help him type his essay. She had left to spend the weekend in the capital. Mamo was too excited to wait for Monday. He knew of only two places in Ketu to get access to a typewriter at such a short notice, the church and the KCS. But the KCS was out because he happened to know that the school's old typewriter had broken down and Uncle Ilya was still trying to raise money to buy another one. He met Pastor Mela at home. The pastor mostly spent the daylight hours seated in a spacious veranda which overlooked the road, listening to the radio from which he got most of the materials for his scientific sermons. He loved to make notes as he listened to the BBC or the Voice of America or the German African Service, which he would later feed to his wide audience-eyed flock, perplexing, perplexing them with words and concepts like heart transplant, satellites, and artificial insemination, which he was against. But he was more famous for his sartorial daring. This fame has started on the day of his ordination as pastor, when he came to church wearing a jacket and a collar, and entirely totally unheard of in a place where the pastors went to church dressed simply in their Sunday clothes, with nothing to distinguish them from their flocks. It seems the Drinkwater sisters, locally known as Kai and Malia, they were born in Keti and still lived there, and both great fans of the pastor had suggested that he would strike a more imposing figure if he wore one of their late father's jackets with a collar. And so Pastor Mela arrived looking like a washed-up musician in a black jacket that was almost tearing at the seams over his muscular shoulders, and a collar that was so tight he could barely breathe. He could barely breathe under its vice grip around his throat. He sweated and his eyes bulged as he gave his sermon, but from then on, sartorially speaking, he never looked back. From jackets and collars, he graduated to long, colorful robes, the type worn by Roman cardinals, when he came back from a church ministers' meeting in Lagos, where he had fallen under the influence of the rather flamboyant Lagos ministers. Soon, other pastors in the Ketty area began to copy him and in turn became more and more innovative, introducing a new design of robe almost every couple of months. Now, he read Mamo's published essay with the enthusiasm of one specialist discussing an esoteric subject with a fellow specialist. He said he found the essay almost scientific in its directness and logic. Mamo said he could keep that copy as he had another one at home, and explained about the second essay, not going into detail. The pastor kept nodding about after every sentence, making notes, and he seemed particularly impressed that it had Drinkwater as its center. In Ketty's hierarchy scale, Drinkwater came second only to Jesus Christ himself. Today, he was dressed in an informal robe distinguished from the formal ones by its short sleeves. "Come," he said, "at last, let's go to the church office. I will get the church secretary to assist you. The Lord is clearly using you to do his work." Before they left, the pastor knelt down and prayed. The next Sunday, to Mamo's surprise, a copy of the published article he had given to the pastor Mela was pinned prominently on the church notice board, right next to the door, in the view of every villager who attended church and could read, and later in his sermon. The pastor asked the congregation to pray for Mamo, Laman's son, the headmaster's nephew, in his great fight to spread light and understanding, so that he may not be swayed by the devil and the powers of darkness that are rampant in the air like disease viruses. Mamo sweated in his seat in the back row. Hands reached out to shake his in congratulation and admiration, but that was just the beginning, for unknown to him, his career as a biographer had already begun. The next day, he got a visit from Robert Wangan, a former secondary school classmate of his, who was now the leader of the Ketty Youth Union. He wanted Mamo to come to the union's next meeting to give an address. "Address about what?" he asked, partly amused by Robert's reverential manner. "Anything you want, about history, about how to write, and anything you want, just to encourage the young people. We are really proud of what you have achieved, and everybody wants to ask you questions about it." "What I have achieved? Everyone in the village is talking about your essay, and the youth especially will be really, really glad if you could spare an hour to talk to them." Mamo said he would think it over. Robert gave a little bow as he shook Mamo's hand before leaving. After Robert, a few other villagers came to see him, among them old men who hadn't the faintest idea what the essay was about, partly encouraged by the pastor's words in church, and partly by what they have heard from those who could read. They came to discuss history with Mamo. Most of them wanted to see if he could tell a story very well, for to them history was more than just an account of the past. It was an act, and most of the artistry was in the telling. They marked their disappointment well after discovering that Mamo couldn't really tell history, but before departing, they did inevitably have a point they wanted him to stress in his future writings, a point about a certain battle or the origin of a certain word or tradition. Auntie Marina proudly played the usher, announcing each visitor with a flourish, waving them into the living room where Mamo often sat, trying to read or watch television. "See what you have started," Mamo said to Zara. It was Monday. They had gone straight from work to her place, and they were now seated in the living room. "I just posted your essay, that's all," she said. Her face had glowed with pride when he showed her the essay earlier in the staff room. She had taken it around the room, showing it to the other teachers. Some of them had already seen it on the church notice board, but they now flipped through the pages as they tried hard to hide their envy. Then she dragged Mamo to his uncle's office to show it to Leah, who hadn't heard of the essay before now because he wasn't in church the day Pastor Mela mentioned it. Before she gave Ilya the essay to read, Zara first told him how Mamo had miraculously discovered the book at her apartment and how he had written the essay in one sitting. No one in this village has done this before. This is great. You have put us on the international map. Now you have to go on and write a book, Elias said proudly after he had read it. We will make a copy and put it on our notice board. I will also send a copy to the local government chairman and to the Mayor's palace. This will show them the caliber of teachers we have here, and if they are smart, they will see how important education is to the village. No one, no, no, no need for that, Mamo protested, turning from his uncle to Zara. Why not? Zara asked. It's just an essay, Mamo said, pleased but still feeling that the essay didn't deserve to be forced over, to be fused over the way everyone was doing. His uncle stopped in mid-sentence and turned to him. What? Only an essay? But who has done it before in this whole village? No one. Certainly not me. With all my years of teaching. Ah, you are young. You take your education for granted. Don't. Keep writing. Keep writing. Mamo told Zara how, when he had shown his father the essay, Lamang had quickly flipped through the pages and dropped it on the table. I will look at it later. I'm in a hurry right now. She squeezed his hand. Maybe he's busy. Elections were coming up in a week's time, and Lamang was on the campaign trail with the party candidates and his youth wing members and his party officials and his women. He was in his element, the cynosure of attention. Maybe. The Waziri. Mamo was in class teaching when a student entered and announced that the headmaster wanted to see him urgently. Earlier, through the window, he had seen a car arrive and come to a stop before the headmaster's office, but he had not paid it much attention. Now, as he walked to the headmaster's office, he noticed that the car bore the Keti Traditional Council's logo on its doors. In the office, a palace guard stood in front of the headmaster's desk in his multicolored uniform, his customary whip in his hand, his cola-filled mouth busy. It seems they want you at the palace, Iya said as soon as Mamo came. Is everything all right? Mamo asked, looking from the guard to his uncle. You will find out at the palace, the guard said. We really have to go now. Come and see me when you return, Uncle Iya said, walking Mamo to the car. On the way, Mamo tried to guess why he did be wanted at the palace so urgently, but after a while he let his mind go blank and watched the kids playing under the mahogany tree and waving and running after the passing car. At the palace, Mamo was surprised when instead of going straight to the Mayor's lawn, the guard took him to another wing of the palace. They went down a corridor lined with doors. The guard pushed one open without knocking, and they entered. There was a short passage with a single chair against the wall, a passage that served as a waiting room and led into a big office. Mamo was asked to wait in the passage while the guard went into the office and almost immediately came out again, motioning for Mamo to enter. The Waziri was sprawled in a swivel chair behind a huge table. There was nothing on the table except for a huge water flask and a glass beside it. The air conditioner hummed loudly in the background, fighting against the heat that had already started to rise, even though it wasn't yet midday. Ah, Mamo, you are here. I have something to show you, the Waziri said, coming around and taking Mamo by the hand before Mamo could open his mouth or think of sitting. The Waziri led the way in his long white robe, which practically dazzled in the brilliant sun, his tall thin frame seeming to float as they passed down the long veranda before the row of doors. On the other side was a small courtyard covered profusely with a variety of plants, from grass to short flowering trees, and behind the plant was a hall that Mamo guessed would be a conference room. The Waziri opened one of the doors with a key from his pocket, and they entered. It was dark and hot and musty, and it obviously hadn't been used recently. The Waziri went and opened the window and drew aside the dusty curtains, and light and air entered. The window overlooked the palace square, Mamo had memories of the big rectangular square from his school days when he had stood in line with other kids in the scorching sun to listen to Mai, in his huge flowing robes and his giant turban, deliver a speech on school holidays. The Waziri turned on the ceiling fan. They both watched patiently as it creaked into life, ruffling the sheets of paper on the table, churning up the fine dust, nudging the hot, heavy air into motion. He turned to Mamo and offered a big smile, which made his beard shake and his forehead crinkle. "Sit," he said, pointing expansively to the plush seat behind the huge dusty table. "This is going to be your office." "I don't understand," Mamo said, totally flummoxed. He remained standing next to the open door. The Waziri was standing in the center of the room, his robe gathered in one hand behind him so as not to pick up dust from the floor. He slowly took off his hat, exposing his clean-shaven head from where streams of sweat rolled down to his face. He rolled his head under the fan, enjoying the cooling effect. "Sit, first of all. We have a lot to talk about." "Young man, the Mai likes you." The Waziri pulled out a chair for himself and touched the surface with his middle finger. He looked at the dust on the finger, and then changed his mind about sitting down. "Let's go back to my office. It's too dusty here." "I know. This is all happening too fast for me," the Waziri said, swiveling around in his leather chair, a benevolent smile on his lips. His bad eye appeared to be staring at a point behind Mamo, while the good one was fixed on his face. "I am afraid I don't understand." Mamo wasn't sure which eye to focus on. Through the window, he could see the guard pacing up and down the veranda outside. "It is simple. The palace secretary died last month. God rest his soul. And now the mayor has decided to offer you the post. If you want it, that's it." "But just like that?" "Not just like that." The Waziri smiled. "I persuaded him. I'm so surprised. I never, you see, after reading your essay, the mayor said to me, 'But this young man is too good to be wasted away in a village classroom. Why don't you bring him here to replace Lanjo?' And I said, 'Exactly, Your Highness, let's do that.' And so here we are. Here you are." And the Waziri raised his hand as Mamo opened his mouth to speak. However, his hand rose higher. "However, I have a very important task for you. Tell me, will you be willing to write a book on the personal history of the Mai and its ancestors, or royal history?" "I don't know," Mamo began to say. Then he stopped and tried to look confident. "I have a job, my uncle's school. Besides, I don't know anything about writing a book of history, a biography, and I will need a lot of material and interviews." And once more, the Waziri raised his hand peremptorily, silencing Mamo. "You see, exactly 1 year from now, the Mai will be celebrating its 10th anniversary. It is going to be a great day in Ketin. The greatest day in Ketin. Your book will be presented that day. It will be the crowning event of that day. Now, I don't know how books are written, but after reading your essay, I said if anyone can do it, someone from our village, it is this young man. You have 1 year to do it. Can you?" "Well, I have my theory about biographical history, but it is not exactly the same as," Mamo began, and once more the Waziri raised his hand. "Why don't you take some time to think it over? Talk to your father or your uncle. I assure you, all of them will tell you to do it. Do you have any idea how famous you will be after this book? How old are you?" 28 almost." "Well, think by this time next year, you will be the most famous of all your peers in Ketin. The Mai himself will be your patron." The Waziri had a big smile on his face as he said this, and he looked expectant, as if waiting for Mamo to stand up and genuflect in gratitude. On the way back, in the same car that brought him to the palace, Mamo's mind went in all directions. He thought how uncanny it was that only days ago Professor Batenga's letter had urged him to think of taking up biography, and now here he was being offered a chance to write the Miles biography. This was not the biography he wanted to write. True, what he wanted was to write the story of ordinary people, farmers, workers, housewives, and through their stories to arrive at a single overarching story. But he knew that the Waziri offer was not one to be scorned. It offered him a chance to launch his ambition into the atmosphere, a chance at last to get fame. And writing the Miles biography, whether he believed in it or not, wouldn't necessarily preclude doing the other biographies. In fact, he did consider the Miles story simply as part of a bigger project. How he wished his brother were around to see how everything seemed to be working out for him. Suddenly, he was no longer the awkward, bumbling idiot his father had so mercilessly derided. He felt strong and unafraid. He had somehow outwitted his sickle cell anemia. It had been over a year since he had fallen sick, and his odds of staying alive could only improve with each passing year. He felt like screaming out aloud, "I am alive and I am useful and everything will work out fine." When he got to the school, there was a black Peugeot 504 with Ministry of Education number plates parked in front of the headmaster's office, and the staff from the teachers were massed up against the thin cardboard partition that separated the staff room from the headmaster's office. Eavesdropping on the voices from the next office, the voices were loud and angry. It is the State Commissioner for Education himself, Mr. Booker, whispered by way of explanation, beckoning Mamo over. Zara was the only one still in her seat. Mamo went and stood beside her. "Trouble?" he asked. She was shaking her head, and there was anger as well as bewilderment on her face. "They are closing down the school. We are not the only ones affected, so don't feel victimized," came the confident voice through the wall. "The country is going through a phase of change. No more private schools." "But we are not a private school. This is a community school," Leah shouted angrily. "Please do not raise your voice to the Honorable Commissioner for Education," another voice said. "But we got this letter from your ministry just a month ago telling us we are not being reviewed." "That is not important. Forget about the letter. Things have changed now. No more private schools or community schools. No more bogus schools. From now on, education will be handled by government only. Our children are our future. We can't take chances with future. You don't understand, Mr. Commissioner." "Honorable, what? You must address me as Honorable Commissioner for Education or Honorable Commissioner."
Or simply Honorable, but not Mr. Commissioner. We must respect our public offices. For the first time, the voice was raised a pitch higher. Zara's mouth fell open. Mama could imagine the exasperation of his uncle's face. "Honorable Commissioner for Education, go on. Let me point out that this is not a normal school. It is a special school started by the community to help dropouts, to give them another chance. If you close down this school, I have made my point clear. I hope, Mr. Headmaster, we are not closing down this school or any other school. We are taking them over and improving them. We are turning them into model schools. If you have any complaints, please write to my office and it will be attended to. I can't understand why you're complaining. It is the community that will benefit in the long run. Do you want to deny the whole community this great chance? There will be more funding for you, more teachers. His Excellency, the Governor, is making education his first priority. Mr. Headmaster, I was a teacher myself. I am also a humane person. I could have sent you an official letter, but I decided to come myself." Chairs were abruptly pushed back. You have 1 week to put your affairs in order. Then the government will take over." The teacher found Elias slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the door, as if expecting the visitor to return and say they had changed their mind and that the school wouldn't be closed down after all. He sat up and squared his shoulder when he saw the teachers. He waved them in with his good hand, pointing at the chairs before his desk. They all squeezed in. Some sat and some stood. You must have heard us through the partition, he said. They are closing down the school at last. Miss Lipstick elected herself spokesperson. We had everything, sir. We must fight them, sir. I have said this before. You have worked too hard to let it go like this, she said, her eyes shining, her shrunken breast pushed forward combatively. It is not about me. It is about the school, the community. But if the government is going to increase funding and build more infrastructures, should we? Booker didn't finish his practically shriveled under Elias' withering stare. Give them 1 year and this school will be nothing but a statistic on paper. Are you that naive? Can't you see what is happening? If you think the military were inefficient, well, you have seen nothing yet. In 1 year, no, 6 months, everyone will have forgotten there was once a school here. There will be only grass and lizards and goats in the class and crumbling walls. Mark my words, just mark my words. Although he didn't say it, Mamo knew that his uncle was aware of the real reason the school was being closed down. The school was being used as a pawn in the battle between Lamag and his former party, the Victory Party. Elections were only days away, and it was a direct warning to Lamag, whose relentless campaign for his new party was being to get a following, and any villager who might be tempted to vote against the ruling party to think twice. After the meeting, Mamo walked Zara home. Her car had broke down, and Yam had taken it to the mechanics. It was late in the afternoon, and already the farmers were returning from the farms, whole families working in a file. The father in front, the male sons following him, then the females, usually with large piles of firewood on their heads, all walking slowly, their eyes glazed with hunger and their mind looking forward to rest. Recently, the rains had been slow in coming, and everywhere the air was dry and hot. What do you think of? Do they have dreams? Do they ever think of leaving this place and going somewhere? Zara asked. She sounded sad. We all have dreams, Mamo answered. When I was a child, whenever we came home for Christmas with my family, I would dream of one day becoming super wealthy and sending all the village kids to school and building houses for their parents. She had said nothing when he told her of the offer from the palace. She had simply hugged him and said, I'm so happy for you. But her voice had sounded distant, preoccupied. Now they were passing near the tamarind tree that had the shape of a human torso. He pointed at the empty space next to the tree and said, an old woman used to live here a long time ago. We used to be so scared of her, and when returning from school, we would pass our house at a run. Then we killed a dog. Why? We thought we could see spirits through the dog's realm. I guess we were just bored. He left her at the gate. He wanted to go to his uncle and chat. The day had brought too many sudden changes, and there was a lot to talk about. But first, he decided to take a walk to clear his head. Election day. Mama woke up late. Yesterday, he had spent a great part of the day hanging around Zara's house, waiting for her to show up. but she hadn't. She had left for the city 2 days after the school closure, promising to return for the weekend. But he had waited with Yam in vain. He had returned home and read till the early hours, listening to thunder rumbling in the sky, and then he had slept till midday. Now he met a deserted house when he came out to the veranda. His father would mostly likely be out with his party's candidate, rallying voters and monitoring events at the polls. Auntie Marina would also be out campaigning. She was part of the church group called Vote for Jesus that had decided to make sure as many Christians as possible won the election by appealing to all Christians to vote. Her group wasn't concerned what party a candidate belonged as long as he went to church. They went from house to house praying and singing songs and quoting relevant Bible passages about duty and the virtue of having godly men in high offices. The only person in the house apart from Mamo was little Rifkatu. She was a distant cousin and a new addition to the Lamag household. Auntie Marina has brought her from one of the neighboring hamlets to live with her. Rifkatu's father had 3 wives and over 20 children, farming them out to relatives or whoever was willing to have them as cook and washmaids or farmhand was his only means of catering to their needs. Rifkatu, 10 years old, was one of the lucky ones. Auntie Marina treated her like her own daughter. Fairly but firmly, she had enough to eat. She slept on a mat in Marina's room, and she went to school, but most importantly, she wasn't overworked. "Good morning, Uncle," Rifkatu called to Mama with a little curtsy as she came out of the kitchen. "Where's Auntie?" he asked. "She has gone to the voting." "And you, aren't you voting today?" She smiled shyly at the joke and shook her head. "I am too young." He decided to walk to Asaba's house. It was the best place to get news of the election. Now that Asaba was likely to be at home, he would mostly be with Lamag, rallying voters and making sure nothing went wrong. But Mamo decided to go anyway. Recently, Asaba had asked Jumai to move with him after she had given birth to a boy. This would be a good chance to see both mother and child even if Asaba wasn't home. The compound stood by itself, yards away from the nearest house. Asaba said he preferred either way for privacy, but Mamo knew that the real reason his cousin wanted privacy was because he was still selling marijuana on the side. The police had twice raided him, and on both occasions, Lamag had bribed the police to let him go. Now Mamo smelled the acrid smoke of marijuana even before the house came into view behind the mango and neem trees that shaded it so well from sight. Pumpkin branches and leaves twined themselves around the fence pots, giving the straw fence more gate and further shading the house from casual view. Asaba was at home. The party's pick-up with the logo of a crowing, victorious rooster and its speaker on the roof was parked before the house as usual. As he stepped into the compound, Mama could hear voices coming from the bedroom. After Jumai and the child had moved in with him, Asaba had added 2 more huts to his 1-hut compound. One of the new huts served as the kitchen. The other one, smaller and removed from the other 2, was the toilet. The old hut remained the bedroom, and now its thin zinc door was shut, but a window from which the marijuana smoke steamed out was open. Mama knocked on the door. The zinc rattled and amplified the knock, giving the sound an angry timbre. After a while, the door opened a crack, and Asaba's face appeared. He pushed the door a few inches wider when he saw it was Mama. Are you alone? He asked, a ribbon of smoke curling out of his mouth. Are you hiding something? Mama asked. Come in and find out. There were three men seated on the mat on the hard mud floor in the poor light of the room, worsened by the dense cigarette and weed smoke hanging in the air. Mama could see the sweat rolling down his face and into their shaft. He had never seen them before, but he guessed they were part of Asaba's youth wing post. Bad for your health, he said to them, trying to adjust his eyes to the dim light. He sat down on the saggy spring bed beside Asaba. He soon noticed that the three youths had grown silent and were watching him intently, and then turning their gaze to Asaba, their faces tensed. He understood why when he realized what was going on. There was a bundle of cards on the mat before the youth, and when he looked closer, he saw they were the ballot cards. There are, he began, turning to Asaba. He picked one up and lifted it to the window to see more clearly. Asaba had a small, superior smile on his face as he took the card back and handed it to his friends. Get back to work. We have to finish this in an hour. What are you doing? We are voting already, Asaba said with a laugh. The three echoed his laughter as they dipped their thumb into a blotter of ink before pressing them on the white square space next to the roster logo on the ballot card. They walked silently and fast, passing a thick joint from lip to lip. Mama watched in silence, and then at last he asked, So what are you going to do with the cards? You don't want to know that, Asaba said. But then he went on almost eagerly. We will take them to the polling station and put them in the ballot. That's how you win elections. I am sure our opponents, the old Victory Party, are right now somewhere doing the same thing. But where did you get them? Asaba waved his hands dismissively. It is not important. We have over 10,000 cards here. If we can distribute them to the different polling stations on time, then the local government chairmanship is ours. After that, the governorship. Mamo shook his head. No, you can't do that. Oh, why? What you're doing is dangerous. The men on the mat laughed out loud and patted each other on the back, repeating Mamo's word. Asaba looked at him with narrowed eyes. Not a word to anyone. He whispered, clapping a hand on Mamo's shoulder. Mamo stood up. Come outside. I need to have a word with you. The men on the mat looked from Mamo to Asaba suspiciously, but Asaba stood up and with his usual swagger, nodded reassuringly at them and said, Carry on, I will be back. Outside, Mamo furiously turned on his cousin and said, You could go to jail for that. Do you know that? Asaba laughed out loud and took a drag from his joint. You don't understand how these things work. Mr. Teacher, we have the police in our pocket. Yet, but so does the other party, which happens to be the ruling party, and so has more clout than you. Think, you know how desperately they want to punish my father for going over to the opposition party. They are watching closely and waiting. Don't let yourself be a victim of their power game. Already, the KCS is closed because of my father and his politics. Think about what? Asaba shouted. his red eyes growing narrower. It is what I do for a living. This is nothing. I have done riskier things for the party. You don't know anything. You and my father and your school and books. This is the real life. You can't tell me anything. Just go. Mama looked into his cousin's narrow, sensitive face and saw how dull it had grown, and he knew how impossible it would be to reach across to him. But he tried again. Where is Jumai and the baby? I actually came to say hi to them. Asaba waved his hand disinterestedly. I sent them to her parents for the day. Well, think about them before you do anything stupid. You have a family now. Asaba laughed again till he began coughing. This is funny. I can't believe you're trying to give me advice on this. This is my life. He beat his hand on his chest and pushed his face into Mama's face. I am the youth wing leader. Remember, the youth wing leader. You think it is easy? Okay, I'll go. But tell me one thing before I go. Does my father know about this? Asaba tilted his head to one side, as if thinking. Then he smiled and said, what do you think? Does he? Mama asked again. Ask him. On the way home, Mama passed a group of people standing under trees and in doorways discussing the elections, but he hardly saw them as his mind boiled with anger against his father. Asaba was stupid and headstrong, but he didn't deserve to go to prison because of Lamag's ambition. Of course, he knew. He knew that election rigging was the norm, but was not his concern. His concern was for his cousin. He thought of different methods he could use to stop Asaba from going out with the ballot boxes. One being to get Uncle Ilya to go and talk sense to him. But Mamo knew that Ilya would mostly likely shake his head and say something philosophical like, we all choose our path in life. I can't live his life for him. And besides, that would be reporting his father to Ilya. He preferred a more indirect way. He found a solution just as he was about to enter the house gate. He saw a police car slowly cruising past with two policemen seated in the back, holding rifles between their legs, and suddenly he remembered what his cousin had said, that they had the police in their pockets. Of course, the police, he said to himself, and quickly ran into the house. Neither his father nor Auntie Marina was back yet. He went to his room and hastily drafted the letter addressed generally to the Ketty Police Command. He kept the letter in short and direct. Dear sir, I am concerned citizen, and it has been brought to my notice that ballot papers have been illegally procured and transported to the house of an NVP member with the intent to rig the ongoing elections. I am notifying you so that you could go and bring the nefarious deed to a stop immediately. The papers are in the house of a certain Asabalamang. Hurry before it is too late. Thank you, concerned citizen. Mama read the letter again, changing a few words. He was happy with it. It sounded mean and stupid enough to be convincing. His hand shook as he put the letter in an envelope and all the way to the police station. He felt as if everyone he passed were looking at him accusingly, as if the word Judas were branded on his forehead. More than once, he stopped and almost turned back, asking himself if he was doing this really to help his cousin or because he wanted to frustrate his father. But he repeatedly told himself that his motive was pure. His plan was to get the police to arrest Asaba and keep him away for a day or so. He was sure Lama would spring him after the elections. It was a risky plan, but it was definitely safer than allowing Asaba to go out, doped out of his mind, and fall into the hands of opposition party and the election commission. He didn't deliver the letter himself. When he got near the police station, he gave the letter to a young boy passing and gave him some money and told him to take the letter to the police behind the counter. Don't answer any question. Just give them and run back here. Of mice and men. I am too old for this, Uncle Ilya said, shaking his gray head from side to side. He was wearing a faded sky blue kaftan, and the empty left sleeve flapped about as he moved. A son in the hospital and a brother in detention. And all for what? For politics? They were at the Getty General Hospital, where Asaba lay, for the third day in a critical condition. The doctor said he would live, even though a bullet had shattered his spine, paralyzing him from the waist down, and he would never walk again. They were in a large anteroom, a sort of visitors' waiting room, next to the main ward where Asaba lay on a narrow bed by the window. Only one visitor at a time could go in to see him. Auntie Marina was now with him, probably saying a prayer over him. Mama had been in there earlier. Asaba could see and hear and talk, but he couldn't move. He lay straightened on his back, staring up at the weak fluorescent tube over the bed, his body full of painkillers. His mouth was slack, his eyes were weak and unfocused, as if he still couldn't understand why he was here, or why everyone was making such a fuss over him. Mama had stood beside him for a long time without speaking, just watching the tall, thin figure under the white hospital sheet. And for some reasons, his brother came to his mind. He imagined him on the battlefield in some strange country, fighting strange enemies, exposed to danger. The image deepened his feeling of guilt, and he turned away to the window. In his mind, he's still trying to fathom how his simple and clever plan had resulted in this. His ear still replayed Auntie Marina's scream as she burst into the house with the news that Asaba and his friend had been attacked by the police. But what? What happened? Mama asked, coming out to the veranda and sitting beside his auntie, who had her head in her hands. Rifkatu stood in front of the kitchen, also holding her head, echoing Marina's scream. The police, they attacked them. They said they found them with ballot papers. And now 2 of the boys are dead. And they said Asaba might not last the night. Shot. He was shot. Then he stood up abruptly, as if just remembering that he had something to do. They are in the hospital. I am on my way there. Mama walked with her to the hospital. On the way, sympathetic friends stopped them and offered word of encouragement. Mama walked, and his mind was a big hole. The only thought that echoed and re-echoed in the hole was, I am a murderer. I have killed my cousin. But Asaba did not die. He remained in a coma. No one seemed to be sure exactly what had happened. No one had the time or the presence of mind to find out. There was too much pain everywhere. Mama pieced together what he had with what he knew. his terrible secret which he couldn't tell anyone, not even his uncle, and came up with a possible scenario. After he had alerted the police with his letter, instead of them coming to Asaba's house and arresting him, and as he had envisaged, they had followed him as he left the house with his friend, and they had ambushed him before he got to the polling station. Two of the youth wing members were killed by the police. A policeman died on the way to the hospital, and Asaba took a bullet in the back. Uncle Ilya was seated in the only chair in the afternoon, a broken plastic chair with only 3 legs. It was propped up against the wall to gain its balance. Ilya sat balanced carefully on the edge, fidgeting restlessly. The room was filled with visitors bearing food in plastic containers and paper-wrapped loaves of bread under his arms. They were mostly women, thin, weary peasants dressed in their Sunday best to show respect to the sick and dying. Their faces were sombre, and they looked up with apprehension whenever a nurse or a blue-uniformed hospital worker entered. It was mid-afternoon. The room was hot, airless, and the single fan above was static because of the constant power cut. Mama was next to the window, and he often poked his head out to take huge gulp of fresh air. The smell in the room was close, pungent. Has anyone contacted you since the arrest? The police or his party colleagues? Ilya asked. Mama shook his head. I went to the party office yesterday. I met the deputy chairman, and he promised to do something about it, but I haven't heard from him up to now. Typical, they won't do anything. Mama knew his father had no true friend among the politicians. His former friend was from the Victory Party, who were still in power, having won the election again, were still angry with him and would do anything to make sure he went to prison, while his new Victory Party colleague wouldn't want to associate themselves too closely with him because of the ballot paper scandal. I was thinking of going to the palace tomorrow, Mama said slowly. That is a good idea. Do you want me to come with you? Uncle Ilya asked. Mama said no. He still hadn't given a final answer to the Waziri's offer. Things had moved so fast since that day at the palace, and now it was a chance for him to make use of his place, connections. He would make his father's liberty a condition of his accepting the offer. If anyone in Keti could intervene successfully with the authorities on his father's behalf, it was the mayor. Of course, everyone knew that the palace was not free of politics, and its loyalties would mostly be with the power that be, and that meant the Victory Party. But it was worth a try. Not that Mama was particularly bothered about his father's liberty. Lamang deserved his punishment, but Mama saw this move as a step toward making right all that he had made wrong. Not that there was any way he could totally make things right. Asaba would never walk again, and those who had died were gone forever. This knowledge would be a pain he would bear like a mark of Cain. Maybe someday, when the time was right, he would confess to everyone, and their disgust and condemnation would be the fire that might begin its purification. And surprisingly, he found a sympathetic here at the palace. He didn't even need to see the mayor. After listening to his story, the Waziri came around to where Mamo was seated and, laying a hand on Mamo's shoulder, said, "But why didn't you come earlier? On the very day your father was arrested, we could have finished everything that very day. This is a very small matter for the Maya. Remember, the palace takes care of its own. Now, don't worry about your father anymore. Let's talk of more important things. When can you begin work? The Maya has been asking after you." "Thank you, sir," Mamo began, but the Waziri raised his hand, stopping him. "Like I said, the palace takes care of its own. Don't thank me." Mamo nodded. He felt on the verge of tears. The events of the past 3 days had shaken him more than anything had ever done before. And now he was further taken off balance by the sheer kindness emitting from the Waziri's face. Even the crooked left eye shone with benevolence. "I will come as soon as my cousin is out of the hospital." "Good. Now go. The driver will take you home." "There is one more thing," Mamo began quickly, impulsively. "What is it?" "Tell me. Don't hesitate." "It is about the school." "Is it still closed?" "Ah, the school? First, I want you to know that the school is as much a source of pride to the palace as it is to your uncle and to the community. There is no length we wouldn't go to." Mamo's heart sank on the word kept stumbling out of the Waziri's mouth. It was like anesthesia preparing him for the wicked court. But unfortunately, no reply came. "We think there are some powerful people behind all this. My advice is wait till after the elections. For now, we are powerless." Mamo nodded. "You look exhausted. Go and get some rest. The driver is waiting for you." Lamag was released from detention exactly 1 week after his arrest. He came home early in the morning alone in a taxi, hunched in the back seat, looking very small. He had bruises on his face and on his arms, and Mamo was sure there were more under his once spanking white shirt. The first thing he did was take a shower. He was over an hour in the bathroom, and when he came out, he took another hour to dress. Mama went and sat with him in the living room, but after the first perfunctory greetings, nothing more was said. They sat in silence, Lamak seeming to be lost in thought, and Mama feeling frustrated at his inability to say something casual to his father until he reminded him that it takes two to make a conversation. His father didn't look as if he was interested in small talks right then. In fact, he looked as if he would rather be alone. After a while, Mamo left him and went to see Zara and come as if it was Friday. Mamo watched his father gradually lose his swagger. Lamag had expected something of a hero welcome after his release, but apart from the window and a few neighbors and close relatives, no one came to welcome him back from prison. He would sit in his favorite seat in the living room, placed so that it faced the door, and he would wait, pretending to be reading or listening to the radio, but no one came. After a week of this, he began to fret and pace and look for things to do. A day after his release, he had visited Asaba at the hospital. Then he had gone to offer his condolence to the families of the 2 youth wing members killed in the police ambush. Then to the palace to thank the mayor for interceding with the authorities on his behalf, and now he was out of place to go. So he waited and waited. What he really waited for was a delegation from his party to come and welcome him officially, perhaps organize a reception for him. But after a week, when it became clear that the party was maintaining a distance from him, he got into his car and went to the party office at the village market. Strong words were exchanged between him and the new chairman, his former deputy. He returned home in a huff. A week later, he decided to sue the party for abandoning him to his fate after he had served it so diligently. Such abandonment, he claimed, was traumatic, tantamount to character assassination. He maintained that he was innocent of any allegation of vote rigging, and that it was his former party, the VP, that was still trying to ruin him, and now his own party, from whom he had expected support, was an accomplice in his harassment. The whole village turned out for the first hearing. Mama sat in the audience, not far from the windows. Who had been the first to arrive, dressed in their Sunday best, their headscarf defiantly pointing at the unceilinged roof. They seemed to be the only people in Lamarck's corner, apart from Mamo. The other side was crowded with the party loyalists, some of whom were Asaba's youth wing members. They had arrived in hired pickups with loudspeaker on the roof playing the party song. The case lasted 2 weeks, and Lamarck lost. In his final rulings, the bearded judge looked sternly at Lamarck and thundered in the silent courtroom. Mr. Lamarck, you're lucky no one has brought a charge against you. Men have died, and directly or indirectly, you have blame to bear. After the decline came the fall. When it did, it was sudden and literal. When he returned from court after the defeat, Lamarck sat in his seat, silent, his face dark and sullen, shifting his bulk once in a while, tapping his foot to the bottled green carpet. Then picked up a pen and paper and started the letter. When he read the letter afterwards, Mama saw that it was addressed to the party leadership. It was full of fresh accusation and threats, and ended with Lamarck's formal resignation from the party. When he had finished writing it, Lamarck stormed out of the room and stood at the head of the veranda and shouted impatiently for the little girl. Rifkatu, Rifkatu, where are you? When she appeared, wiping her hands on the edge of a wrapper, he shouted at her to run to the store and get him an envelope. When he fell before he completed the sentence, the girl's scream brought Mama running out of his room to see his father sprawled on the foot of the step, his face in the dust, his legs on the last step. His body was twisted awkwardly, and his legs were twitching. Mama thought he had lost his step and fallen, but when he went to help him up, he saw that he was unconscious. His jaw was twisted, his tongues were beaten in half, and blood was oozing out of the side of his mouth. It wasn't a fall, it was a stroke. Auntie Marina sent the girl to call the neighbors, and together she and Mama got Lamarck into the back of his new Honda. Mama drove to the hospital. It was his first time behind the wheel, but he managed it in Fitz, and Jack. Auntie Marina sat in the back with Lamech, dusty and bloody-headed, in her lap, praying all the way. Beside Mama in the passenger seat sat Sunda the barber, a neighbor who kept sucking in his breast sharply whenever the under jumped forward and swerved to the opposite side of the road. Lamech was in the hospital for a whole month. He was discharged on the same day as Asaba, and they all went home in the same car, Zara's car. She had been coming regularly to the hospital since the stroke, and often she and Mama would just sit in the car in the hospital parking lot, holding hands, not talking much. Now they sat in the living room with Lamech, who looked alert and even tried to make small talks. But his words came out all faint and jumbled through his crooked mouth. He later fell asleep in his car, his head hanging toward his chest, a trickle of saliva making a thin line down his chin. Together, they took him to his room and laid him on his bed. Once, Mama said to Zara as he walked out of her car, "I hated him so much, I could have killed him. Now, I feel sorry for him. Just remember, he is your father. He will always be your father." The end of TV. In the end, only the windows remained. The TV reviewers trickled down to a handful of unchin who would stand at the door whiningly asked Auntie Marina for the TV to be brought out. One day she simply told them to go away. "Go home and sleep. There will be no more television from now on." But the window still came bearing food and drink and behaving as if Lamech were still the dashing eligible bachelor they had once set endless traps for. Mama, who had always avoided them whenever possible, now began to sit with them when he came back from his office at the palace and even laugh at their humorless jokes. Sometimes he dropped them at their houses with the car when they stayed late. They loved to tease him about Zara, asking him, when are we going to pay the bride price? And then they would playfully vie with each other over who would be mother of the day at the wedding. "Choose now," they would chorus, cornering him, pulling at his hand, baiting their eyes at his conquistishly. "All of you together," he would tell them, surprised at how much he was enjoying it all. "Another politician," they would shout, turning to Lamech. "He is as hard to pin down as you." Lamech died in degrees. The doctor had said he would recover, but he didn't. Mama knew that his father's continued deterioration was a deliberate act of will. Lamech wanted to die. Often, when they were alone and in the living room, and when his father had drifted off to sleep in his seat, which he did more and more often, Mama would study his face, the mouth which had become permanently crooked, and the gray which had become more pronounced now that he had given up dying in his chair, and the lines were like cracks in a wall, zigzagging and interlocking and rendering the face so fragile. And so he would say to himself, "Can this be the same man, my dreaded father, the sometime king of women, Often, he had to carry him to his room and lay him on his bed and averting his eyes from his father's genitalia, undress him and change him into his pajamas. Lamech was dying because his son, around which the whole world had once revolved, had suddenly lost its shine. His vanity was now a knife stuck in his back, twisting and turning, making his mouth more crooked as he contemplated his helplessness and all the ill fortune that had recently dogged him. He neglected to take his medication unless pressed to do so by Auntie Marina. It was as if he were daring God to finish up what he had started. He grew thin and gray and bent, and sometimes when he fell asleep in his chair before the TV, tears and saliva would drip out of his eyes and mouth. And when he attempted to walk on his own, even with his walking stick, his hands would shake and the stick would wobble and fall to the ground, and then he would collapse back into his chair and wait for assistance. Mama would sit and watch TV with him, making general comments, still unable to address his father directly. The first time they began talking was when his father brought out a pen and paper and asked him to write a letter for him, complaining that his hands shook and his eyes were blurry. He dictated and Mama wrote. It became a routine, and they tentatively opened up to each other. The letters were mostly to his business partners and former party colleagues, and once or twice to the newspapers. Afterwards, they would discuss the letter, and sometimes he even asked for Mama's opinion. Later, he only gave the gist of what he wanted written, and Mama would, from the words and arrange the argument. Lamech would put on his glasses and read the letter and tell Mama he had a gift for words and that he had put in better than he, Lamech, could have. Mama felt uncomfortably sad the first time his father complimented him. When Lamech talked, he rambled from subject to subject, from his father to his mother to his business to his youth, as if he were trying to make up for lost times, as if he knew it was futile, but he was trying anyway. It was his way of saying he was sorry, though he could never bring himself to say so directly. One day, they were seated in the living room, and for no reason, Mama felt a flash of anger, something from long ago, the kind of restless energy that had driven him and his brother to poison the old witch's dog. In his mind, different thoughts ran and came across each other like naked wire throwing up sparks. He thought of his childhood, of the feeling of abandonment he and his brother always felt when, after waiting for weeks for their father to return from one of his trips, he would walk in only to pass them on the veranda with barely a glance. He also thought of his cousin Asaba, confined to a wheelchair for life, and now he was condemned forever because of his role in bringing that about. Tell me about my mother, he said to his father. His voice was low, almost casual, but in his head the anger pounded, making his mouth bitter. His father looked at him surprised. He sighed. Your mother. What's there to say? She was so young and frail. She died so young. Is that all? Asked Mamo. He stared hard at his father's face. The tired eyes, rheumy, the lips, still crooked from the strokes twisting. Mama wanted to press further, to bombard his father with questions, to harass him for answers. He could do it. He could stand up before the frail, slouched old man, look into his pain, softful eyes, stride up and down before him, stand right on top of him and haul the questions like first at the soft, unprotected body. He could go on and on till the old man screamed and broke down and confessed to its cruelties to the young, disillusioned girl, his negligence of his own children. She was so young. There is really nothing much to say. She died, Lamang repeated. His voice was frail, flinching. It was as if he could see the violence in Mamo's head. Mamo averted his eyes and slumped in his chair. The tight knot of tension went out of his back. What's the use? He thought, unconsciously repeating his father's word. What's there to say? He stood up to leave the room. Then he stopped at the door and turned and almost casually he said to Lamang, I informed the police about the rigging. I met Asaba in the room, thumbing ballot card, and I wrote to the police. I guess that's why Asaba was stopped and they were arrested. Mama wasn't looking at his father as he spoke. He was looking at the plague on the wall, the silent listener to every conversation. You didn't, said Lamang, his voice hardly audible. What? Mama returned slowly to the center of the room. Wait, I'll show you, Lamang said and struggled to his feet. Mama watched, not moving forward to assist. He watched his father shuffled to his room, and when he returned, he had a piece of paper in his hand. He handed it to Mamo. Mamo recognized his handwriting immediately. It was the letter he had written to the police. He went and sat down. Now he was the one shaking as if with palsy. He looked at his father and said, What happened? The policeman who was giving the letter, he knows me. He works for me. I pay him. And you have had it all this while. Why didn't you show me? I thought I was responsible for Asaba's injury. Why? But Lamag had closed his eyes. He appeared to be asleep. Every day, I wake up with the guilt heavy on my shoulder. And whenever I looked in the mirror, I hated myself for what I thought I had done to my cousin. Mamo spoke slowly, almost whispering to himself. And all this while, he squeezed the letter with both hands until the palm ached. Lamang opened his eyes briefly and said, We all have our secret pains, our personal anguish. It is life. In his fluttering, almost inaudible voice, he told Mamo how Asaba and his friend had left home too late to get the car to the polling station. They hadn't left Asaba's room till late afternoon, and by then the voting was over and the ballot was already being counted. Asaba became really depressed when he found out that in all the early results coming out, the victory party was leading. His chairman, Lamang, wasn't around to advise him on what to do with the over 10,000 cards in the back of the party pick-up, and so he decided to use his own initiative. The remotest ward in the Kirti local government, Pandi ward, and still not brought in its vote. Asaba's dope-driven plan was simple. Ambush the election officials, bringing in the Pandi votes, and switch their ballot boxes with this one. He got a handful of his most trusted lieutenant and set out. It was fast getting dark, and it was raining. They picked a suitable spot 8 miles from town and waited in a ditch by the roadside, hidden by trees and shrubs, their machete and clubs tightly clenched in their hands. They kept up their courage by swinging in thorns from a bottle of a cheap gin and smoking weed. When at last they saw the approaching election commission car with the election officers and ballot boxes in it, they were so drunk they couldn't think straight. They came out running and screaming, slashing their machete against the windshield and through the window. The 2 policemen in the car came out shooting, and 2 of our Sabah were killed instantly. Sabah was shot in the spine as he tried to escape into the bush. One of the policemen had his artillery sliced upon by a rusty machete, and he died on the way to the hospital. After his father had finished speaking, Mamo stood up and went to his room and came back with Lamo's letter, which he quietly gave to his father. He watched the shock on his father's face as he opened the letter and saw the name and then the date on them. All this while, Lama whispered honestly, "How does it feel?" Mama wanted to scream. He wanted to reach out and grab his father's heart and break it into bits. Lama quietly retired to the night. Early in the morning, Mama was woken up by Auntie Marina knocking on his door. "Come," she said to him, and turned and headed past the living room and into the father's room. Lama lay on the bed, face up, his eyes closed. The room was in semi-darkness, illuminated by a bedside lamp with a red shade. The red glow gave the room a surreal feel, and Mamo felt himself shiver for no reason. On the other table, beside the lamp, were Lamo's letter, and on top of them were his father's reading glasses. Lamon looked as if he were sleeping. His arms were folded over his chest, but his chest was not moving. Mammon turned to his auntie, and in her eyes he saw the deep sadness. The eyes were red with pendant tears. Despite his shortcomings, his brother had occupied a special place in her heart because he had taken her in when she had nowhere to go. For the first time, Mamo noticed how like his father she looked. The same set of jaw, the prominent nose, and the wide forehead. He knew what was required of him. He nodded and stepped forward, putting his hand on his father's body tentatively. First on the arm, it felt cold already, and he had never noticed before how airy his father's arm was, thick and bristly undergrowth. Then he touched the face, putting his hands over the nose, but there was no breath passing. He stepped back and turned to her. He felt no emotion, just a vague hollowness in his chest, but no tears fell from his eyes. He watched his auntie step forward and raise the sheet in a single motion and cover the body with it. He thought absently how, like a wing beat, the sheet sounded descending over the body. The wing of death angel. They left the room together. He went to his room, and she went out to the veranda, her face calm and collected. But as soon as she stepped outside, she gave a long, ululating wail, which went on and on, like a song, rising lazily over the roof, curving like a cyc over the mahogany tree outside, going from house to house. where the women, just about to light the fire for the morning meal, would hear it and answer with their own wail. The women would leave what they were doing and come to answer Death's imperative call. For the next 2 days, friends and relatives would troop to the house. They would come from Ketty and from the neighboring village bearing gifts, a chicken, a goat, a measure of corn, and the women would gather in the compound, crying and knocking their heads on the ground and against the walls, while the men would sit outside under the trees, playing cards, moving their mats whenever the shade shifted 2 days for death, and then life would resume. In his father's biography, Mamo would describe the burial as surprisingly well attended. He mentioned the huge baobab tree that formed a roll on the foot of his hills, looking like mute, giant guardian watching over the grave. The sky was dark with rain clouds. Pastor Mela, in a new robe with a strange hood-like collar, gave a long graveside sermon about death and hellfire. Then he mentioned resurrection and paradise grudgingly at the end. Uncle Ilya gave a brief and pertinent speech on behalf of the family. Mama was asked to pour the first handful of sand on the coffin, and he wrote, "The sound of the sand on the wood was so final, so conclusive. I moved back and I watched the people, father's friends, some who had avoided him only recently, now standing in front row with handkerchief to their eyes. There were relations from the neighboring villages and hamlets, some I had never seen before, but all bearing a generic resemblance to father and Uncle Ilya, and I guess to myself too. The men stood around the hole, staring intently at the disappearing coffin, as if its image were some precious keepsake they would take home with them. The women were far away, to one side. I could make out Auntie Marina standing with her head high, and her eyes were red and her lips twitching. Next to her were the three widows, standing together, holding each other and crying. They had grieved more than anyone else in the past 2 days. At first, I thought they were overdoing it, but now I realized that they were not only grieving for my father, they were also grieving for themselves. While he was alive, my father had given them one gift no one else had given them in a long time. He had looked at them not as aging mothers and hopeless widows, but with desire. While he was alive, he had stood between them and abhorrent age. Now that he was gone, their one protection against reality was gone too. Leaving you, baby. For some time now, he had felt our slipping away from him. He couldn't tell exactly when it had started, only that he had recently become conscious of it. There were long, awkward silences that had once been comfortable and compassionable silence, and when the lovemaking had become perfunctory and unexciting. He had seen her only once since the burial 2 weeks ago. She came the day after, and they sat together in his room, saying nothing, and the silence towered between them like a wall, like a weight pressing down on their tongues. He had thought it was the weight of grief, a grief for his loss, but now he realized it was simply silence. They had run out of things to say to each other. But so great was his fear of losing her that he dreaded her next visit, when she might tell him she was leaving him. She was unhappy, he knew. The court case had ended in her husband's favor, and though she tried to make light of it, he could see her eyes red with crying, and the silence which pushed her light years away from him. Now, everyone, once in the midst of one such long silence, she had sighed and said, apropos of nothing, I read somewhere about a species of rodent called lemnins. They have amazing mannerisms. Sometimes, out of the strange and mysterious compulsions, they mass themselves on straight line to the edge of the cliff and then jump into the water below down. Weird, isn't it? He had taken a hand in his, saying nothing. But now he realized that the silence did not only emanate from her, he had contributed his own share of it too. After Asaba's unfortunate clash with the police, Mammon had withdrawn into himself, and more than once she had asked him if he was healed, but he had only shaken his head. More than once he had wanted to confess all to her, but he had held back, and even after his father had told him the truth of that incident, he had still not told Zara about it. And the distance between them had widened, and slowly a wall had sprung up between them, and now they were both shocked at how high the wall was. Last night, unable to sleep, he had decided to begin work on his biography of the Mai of Katie, and had written down all he knew of the Mai's history, starting from Mai's Boldbok, who had started the present line of Mais. Like most people in Katie, his knowledge came from popular tradition, gossip, legend, might, and what little history there was in books. Now he handed it to her when she came into the room. She had just arrived from the state capital. He had been asleep when she entered. She opened the window, and the light piercing through the musky undergrowth of his sleep woke him up. He looked at her standing at the window. She was facing him, and the light fell on her hair, obscuring her face. Her head tilted on one side. A perfume filled the room. He felt so happy to see her come. He said, opening the arm that was when he gave her the essay. He wanted to preempt the topic of discussion if he kept her talking about the essay, about history, about anything at all. Then the moment would come when she would tell him, I've been thinking about us, about our relationship. He left her reading and went outside to brush his teeth. When he returned, she said, what is this? Still reading? Not looking up. Something I wrote yesterday. I couldn't sleep. They are almost 30 pages here, she said with surprise. You wrote them all last night? I finished this morning, actually. I couldn't sleep. I want to make the Miles biography simply a part of the whole biographies I told you about. So this is really one of the 15 biographies I will eventually compile to form a biographical history of Katie. That's what history really is. People and their lives, no matter how we try to manipulate it. It is the story of real people with real weaknesses and strengths, and not about some founding fathers. And even if we want to write about the founding fathers, we shouldn't privilege them. We should place them on a par with other ordinary folks because really, who is to say I am blabbing? She was listening to him, looking at him, her head on one side. No, you are not. But let me finish this. It is beautiful. Go out. Give me 10 minutes. Please, she said, pushing him toward the door. He sat on the steps outside looking so apprehensive and miserable that his auntie stopped before him on her way to the kitchen, a calabash of rice in her hand, and asked, "Is something the matter?" "She is going to leave me," he said with certainty. "Who?" Auntie Marina asked. "Zara." "Oh, a quarrel?" "It happened." "Talk to her. Beg her a little. Women love that. Don't just sit here. Come on, go in," she said, smiling encouragingly, pointing at the door with the calabash. Auntie Marina had a new jauntiness to her steps in the past few days. Her ex-husband, who had come ostensibly to pay his respect after Lamech's death, had completely broken down before her afterward, confessing what a hard time the other woman was giving him, how she openly kept boyfriends and came and went as she wanted, and how he himself was out of a job and his family uncultivated because the other woman just wouldn't touch a hoe. "But why don't you do the farm work yourself?" Auntie Marina asked, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "But I am the man of the house. Besides, you never complained about these things. You understood that as a man I had other things to do." "Like what?" she went on almost gently. "You mean like drinking and lazing under the council tree and chasing other women?" "Well, meeting my friends for discussion, important discussion," he stuttered, visibly shrinking into his skin. He looked old and bent and dirty, and most of his front teeth were missing. It was at that point that she burst into tears, dancing and laughing at the same time, singing a church song about how the Lord had delivered her from Egypt. Now, Mama wanted to ask her why she hadn't responded to her ex's petition if women wanted so much to be begged and cajoled, but he only nodded and stood up and went back inside. Suddenly, he thought of the last time they had made love passionately, how Zara had given herself to him, crying as she held him and kissed him, saying she didn't know what she would do if she ever lost him. He stood at the door. Zara looked up, smiling, waving the papers, opening her mouth to make a comment. But the smile went away when she saw the look on his face. She put the paper down. "Come, don't leave me, please," he said. She turned to the window, and he could see her forehead crease, her lips pucker. "I have to. I am going away for a while. To South Africa. I didn't know how to tell you because there is also a man involved." Mama sighed. She went on talking, still looking out of the window. "We were in school together. He is South African. We used to go out, but just for a short while. I met him again last month at the university at my professor's office. You remember the prof?" "I remember." "Well, I went there about a job, and he was there to collect his certificate. We started talking, and he told me about his orphanage he is running in Durban. It is such a noble thing to do, to work with children, some of whom are sick and dying. I told him if he needed assistance or anything. Well, he didn't. I am going with him." Mama, I have to South Africa, just like that? Yes, I fear that if I don't go, if I don't get outside myself, my troubles, I will do something I will regret, something crazy. He sat down on the bed and said, there is something I need to tell you, something I should have told you long ago. What is it? He told her about Asaba. He brought out the letter and showed her and then said, now you understand why I appeared so distant and disturbed at times. It was a big weight on my mind. I hated myself and I felt ashamed. Now, all that is over. We can start afresh. I have the job at the palace. We can even get married. Of course, with my sickle cell, we might not be able to have children, but you already have a child. But she was shaking her head and looking at him sadly. It won't work. We can't marry. It won't work. Not so soon after my divorce. And you have so much on your mind. Your father's death and your brother. I know you still think about him. You just don't talk about it. And because you don't talk about it, it still weighs you down. And now you have this new job. You don't need to be tied down. I have so much on my mind too. If we don't lay our ghosts to rest, we will only make each other sad. I would rather be sad somewhere alone than to be here and drag you down. I love you, Bamo. I do, but we need time alone. But there might not be another time, he said. You might finally fall in love with your friend. You sound like a saint, and maybe I will meet someone. She shook her head, not looking at him. I don't know, maybe you're right, but all I know is that I need to see things from a different angle, with more clarity. Right now, I can't see at all. Sometimes I feel as if I am losing my mind. If not for you, if not for the time we have had together, I don't know what I would do. I have to go. I do. Before she left, she put her arms around him and held him tightly till he could feel her heart pounding and the heat from her womb. But he couldn't seem to be able to lift his arms and return the hug. The hug by his side weighed with tons of concrete, and it was all he could do not to buckle under the weight. She pulled back and stood with her head bent, stuffing the paper into a bag. I haven't finished reading this. I will take it with me. I will post it to you when I am through. It is rough, he said, not very interested. I will type it if you want and check the spellings. As she was about to leave, he asked suddenly, what is his name? Themba, she said, and the word came out heavy and sad like a sigh. When she left, he went to the living room and sat before the television screen, staring at the images, not reading, listening to what they were saying. He felt so hot suddenly, an internal heat, like the onset of one of a sickle cell attack, though he hadn't been healed in almost a year. After a while, he felt the fever had abated. His immune system had grown stronger. The older he got, it was capable of bearing most things now. Mosquito bite, sudden fever, maybe even headache. Part 3. Leaving Moronvia. Dear brother, September 1900. I haven't written in a long time, but first I want to say that I am outside Liberia now, and things are more better than they have been so far. When the war became too much to bear, Bintua and I left for the neighboring country of Guinea. It was not easy escaping because the rebels have now taken over much of Liberia and have divided it between themselves. We wanted to go on foot with refugees sneaking across the border, but the French medical worker helped us because they now have another camp across the border where it is safe. So we went with them as their assistants, which we are in reality. And now we are here safe, and it seems as if all the fighting and the killings that have been the major part of the life since I left home has been only a dream. But I still see the people we passed on the way as we were coming here. There were families, mostly women and children, with their bundles of things on their head. Sometimes it is food or clothes, but something they even carry the dead bodies on their head because they don't want to leave it on the way for animals to eat. Binto was crying all the way and begging the driver to stop, but it was not possible because we have all the sick people from the house with us, and even us, we are only clinging to the truck with our hands. But she kept saying we can stop for just one person. I remember my friends who have died in Mali, then Samuel Paul, and the professor, and how I have lost my eye. But I have to thank God that I am alive because many have died. Our camp here is just by the border of Liberia with Guinea, and there are thousands of people, and we all sleep on the ground. But more foreign aid workers are arriving to provide tents and other shelter, and me and Binto can now sleep in a tent because we still work with the MSF. Me as general assistant and sometimes as driver, while she helps with the patients to prepare them for surgery and so on. But mostly the people are just hungry because many have not eaten for weeks. It is not easy to survive here because everyone is sick, and even the elderly one falls sick because of epidemic. But mostly people are without one leg or hand or ear, or like me with only one eye. But I am not too worried because one of the doctors said when I get the glasses, it will really look like a real eye and nobody will know. Only me because I can't see with it. But I still think I am lucky because many have died while I am still alive. From here, we plan to go to the capital, Conakry, because Bintou have relatives there, her mother and aunties, and people say one can survive there because there is diamond smuggling where one can make a lot of money. Bintou has many plans, and one of them is to go back to school. She wants to study agriculture, and she wants me to school too. I will think about it, but first, we have to save the money and take care of ourselves. We even considering to marry because it is not easy living like this here together, and people keep asking us if we are brother and sister. But Bintu wants to meet our family first before we marry for their blessings. And she is also still sad over losing her father. So next time I write to you, I may be a married man. Maybe you are married too, because that will be good. Next time I will write, I will have a permanent address in Guinea, and you can write to me or communicate somehow. For now, I am fine, and I hope you are fine too, and everyone at home. My regards to Asaba and other friends and families. This is your brother, La Mamo. I have included a rough sketch of the refugee camp in which we are now staying. See the tent, and it is circled with wire, and sometimes it feels like prison, but sometimes at night it is peaceful and quiet, and it reminds me of home. Lives and times. Mamo had hardly recognized his office the next time he went there after the first introductory visit with the Waziri, and one of the ubiquitous guard lounging in the country yard had to assure him he was in the right room. The dust that had covered the window and chair and table and had sent the Waziri scuttling back to his office that first day was all gone. The loose papers strewn on the floor and falling out of the rusty filing cabinets were now neatly packed in a folded and stacked in a corner on the floor. The filing cabinet itself was gone. The window was open, the fan was running without a creak. Someone must have climbed up and oiled it. And even the square outside looked radiant, with the morning sun in the trees and a few boys kicking a ball up and down. Mamo took that as a portent that everything would be fine. After Zara had left him, he had thrown himself into settling his father's affair, seeking through activity to make his mind numb and not dwell on his loneliness. True, he had always been a lonely person, even when he was with Zara. The only time in his life when he had not felt lonely was when his brother was around. But after Zara, the loneliness had turned into a raging pain and almost had him howling like a maniac. It was not the dull ennui he had felt after Lema's departure. This was fire. It burned. It was anger that she had left him for another person. And so he had traveled daily to the state capital to meet with bankers and to the neighboring villages to meet with cattle owners from whom Lamag had bought his cattle. At one point, he had even considered going to the cattle business. But after the meetings, a whole month discussion, nothing but how to turn cow into money, he had decided that he might not be suited for that line of work. His uncle Ilya supported his decision to sell everything, the truck and the warehouse, and to pay off the drivers and assistants and put the remaining money in the bank. He also sold his father's Honda after deciding that he really had no need of a car. Only after he had finished doing all these things did he realize that what he had done was erase all trace of his father as soon as possible, so that only intangible memories remained and impersonal banknotes locked away in the bank vault. But now, after all the activity, he found his mind swinging again to Zara, like iron to a magnet. She had typed his essay and posted it to him, and now even the words on papers reminded him of her. And just then, as if to take him outside himself, the Waziri breezed in. He sat down in the chair facing Mamo and looked out of his turban, and then he stretched out his legs and looked round the room, nodding with approval. "Good morning, sir." Mama Mamo said, pointing around the room. Good, good. Do you like the office? Is there anything you need? I told them to clean it and make sure you are comfortable, the Waziri said, and being before Mamo could answer, he leaned forward, placing both hands on the table and abruptly changed the subject. Tell me, how do you intend to begin? Mamo had spent most of the time when he wasn't thinking about Zara or settling his father's estate, thinking about this. I see the photos album and files you sent. I will go over them as soon as possible. I have also started making rough notes, mostly introductory, a mere guideline. I would need to do interviews, preferably with the my first is my primary subject. So I will talk to him first. Whatever I gather afterwards from others and from documents will be used to support his story. The Waziri leaned back and closed his eyes as if to assess what Mamo had just said. He stared like that for over a minute, beating a tattoo on the table with his finger. And then he opened his eyes and pulled out his long, wispy beard. He nodded. Good idea. I like your enthusiasm. I like your eagerness. Remember, if there is anything you need to clarify, come to me first. I know more history than almost any other person in Keti. I was the Waziri to the Mai before this world. I have seen history being made right in front of my eyes. So ask me anything, interview me. He waited, an expansive, indulgent smile on his thin, narrow face, the off-focused eyes swirling about. You mean now? Mamo asked insistently. No time like now, the Waziri said. I can tell you about the early Mais, the one that ruled before the present began. Take Mai Lakai, for instance. He was deposed by the first district officer, Mr. Graves. I am sure you have never heard of Graves. Oh, you have? Good. Well, thanks about the interview, sir. But I will need to think about it to write down the questions. I wouldn't want to waste your time with inconsequential things. The Waziri considered this for a while, looking a bit disappointed, but he nodded and stood up. You are right. I am a very busy man. He put on his turban and strode to the door. The Maye will see you for the interview in a day or so. Mamo nodded. In the meantime, let me know if you need anything. Ask me any question, anytime. Have a good day. Odd, Mamo thought, that the man would thrust himself forward so forcibly to be interviewed. Was he trying to police what went into the biography, or was he only trying to ensure that he got a mention in the book? If the Waziri was trying to snag himself from mention in the book, some gratuitous immorality, then Mamo could certainly understand that. The book and the stories and the vizier's lot had not always been an envious one. He was forever doomed to reside in the shadow of the king, getting whatever renown or benefit he could only by association. And so he was always depicted as envious and convincing, and in some cases downright mutinous. The stories often stereotyped his psyche, his physique, as crippled and twisted, a figure of fun that could never compete in any way with the more imposing figure of the king. But of course, once in a long while came the wise benevolent counselor to the sometimes haughty and arrogant king, a rarity, the wise wizards whose self-effacing judgment saved the kingdom. Mamo wondered what kind of vizier the waziri was. His shifty eyes, his repulsive, serpentine demeanor, and all screamed evil. But so far, he had been nothing but the opposite, a sheep in wolf's clothing, or a wolf in wolf's clothing. Mamo decided that one of the things he noticed to do alongside his research into the life of the Maye was find out as much as he could about the Waziri. Mamo's note toward the biography of the Maye. The present Maye, whose name is Al-Hassan, is the fourth in the line stated by his grand-uncle, Boldok. Boldok was the first Maye of the official to be officially recognized by the colonial district officer, Mr. John B. Graves, in 1918. This was also the year the missionary Reverend Nathan Drinkwater first arrived in Kerty. Drinkwater was actually brought to Kerty by Dolbok. The two had met in Jos, where Dolbok was living as an exile. He was 40 at the time, and he had been in exile from Kerty since he was 20. The story of how Boldo got sent into exile by the village elders is as follows. His cousin had killed a man from a neighboring clan over a farmland dispute. The murderer, whose name was Sanda, was over 60 and clearly past his prime. He was an unpleasant, confrontier character. After the murder, the elder had sat together to deliberate on whom to punish. As in those days, the elders reserved the right to choose whom to punish, and it was not necessarily the culprit, but anyone from the culprit's clan. The intention was to make the punishment as exemplary as possible, and so the most productive member of the clan was often selected and given the option of death or banishment. Many chose death over exile. In this case, the elder didn't find it hard to choose whom to punish. They all chose Boldok because of 20 Boldok had already distinguished himself far ahead of his peers. His name, Boldok, meant one blow. He got it during the annual end of the year hunting expedition. This was the most important event of the year for the young men. He timed to prove their skill and bravery, and it was a rehearsal for the battlefield. They hunted in a park, setting fire to the dry November grass to flush out the animals, then setting the dog on them and chasing them till they were exhausted before sparing them. At that particular event, the hunter had been out of 2 whole days, and so far they had only managed to kill a few squirrels and rabbits. They were all hungry and dispirited. Then suddenly the cry went up. A deer had been sighted. The dog gave chase, but this was a buck in its prime, too fast and too strong for the exhausted dogs. The men watched helplessly as it bounded around the side of a small hill, heading for a dense bush. Dolbok was quick as lightning. He raced up the hill and placed himself behind a boulder in the box path. He waited till it was right on the top of him before he jumped out, and without a time to think, he clubbed the big buck with his fist, blindly, widely, hitting it smack in the nose, and so great was the strength that the deer fell down dead on the spot. That was how he got the name Boldok, one blow. But hunting was not his only sphere of excellence. He was also a champion farmer, and when it came to dancing, no one could move more gracefully than him. When he was informed of the elder's decision, he chose banishment over death. In his heart, he was convinced that as long as he was alive, he would see Ketty again. He was escorted by two of his peers for a distance of 2 days' travel into a direction of his choice, and then left there. He survived the bush and the dangerous animals, and eventually he turned up in the big city of Kano. The days turned into weeks, into months, and years, and he remarried and begot children. But he never forgot his dream of returning to Kenti someday. After 10 years in Kano, he decided to move to Jos, closer to home. In Jos, he went to work in the tin mine. The days passed, his family grew, but his resolve remained strong. Then one day, in the 20th year of his banishment, his chance came when he overheard the white supervisor at the mine asking for anyone who had knowledge of a village called Keti in the Gombe area. A white missionary, newly arrived from Lagos, wanted to guide. Bulldog didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and said he knew the area. He also spoke the language well. And so, in 1918, after 20 years in exile, he returned to Keti with the Reverend Drinkwater, who set up his mission in the evil forest where the villagers used to dump their twins. When later that year, Mr. Graves, the district officer, decided to install a chief over the people to ease his problem of tax collection, Bulldog was strongly recommended by the Reverend Drinkwater. It was an easy choice for Mr. Graves, the colonial officer. At 40, Bulldog was still a very impressive figure, over 60 feet and unbowed by his years in the mines. He also spoke fluent Hausa, a smattering of English, which he had picked up in the mine and had been totaling with Drinkwater's help. And of course, he spoke Keti, the local language. Graves was further convinced Bulldog was his man when he later learned of the circumstances of his banishment 20 years ago. Graves was a tireless modernista, a vigorous campaigner against all backward aspects of Keti culture. The rather arbitrary manner of meting out punishment by the elders was an example of such backwardness. He had set himself the task of combating. That was how the official chieftaincy began. Bulldog ruled for only 12 years, dying at the age of 52. Two of his sons ruled after him. The first, Kilang, and died of stab wound after ruling for 15 years. The next one, Amdi, he had changed his name to El Nafati after converting to Islam. The story goes that he had lost his temper when the missionary advised him to send away 2 of his 3 wives because only the first one could be recognized by the church. Died of smallpox in his 30s after ruling for only 5 years. He was the last direct descendant of Bulldog. There was a protracted tussle between the cousins and nephews before the present Mai Al-Hassan, a civil servant and the most unimpressive of the contender, assumed the throne 9 years ago. The Mai in pictures. In a corner in Mamo's office was a huge pile of notebooks, photo albums, and files which the Waziri had sent him from the Mai's library. They were the Maya's personal papers, and they contained papers and pictures dating from colonial times and the very infancy of the Boldoc line. They didn't look like much. From the file, paper yellow with age spilled out onto the floor, some of them torn and stained. Mamo transferred the pile to his wide redwood table. He sat down and picked up the topmost file, an official flat file with a metal strip ribbon at the top holding the paper together, and began to flip through it. It was full of correspondence between the palace and the culture ministry, and the letter bore the culture ministry's logo at the top of each page. The sentences and paragraphs were riddled with the stilted, polite phrases of officialdom. He pushed the files aside impatiently and turned to the photo albums. There were 4 of them. The transparent cellophane that pinned down the picture had lost most of its gum, and the pictures fell off as he opened the pages. There were pictures of Maya Alassane as a young man, tall, looking optimistically into the future of his reign. The Maya as a civil servant, secretary to the local government council, his last post before becoming Maya. The Maya as a child with his brothers, and the Maya as Maya. The Maya on horseback returning from the mosque on an Eid day, surrounded by his counselor and servant. One of the albums was entirely dedicated to a presidential visit. Mamo visited, remembered the occasion. 8 years ago, the military president had stopped briefly in Keti on his way to the neighboring state capital. The picture showed school children lined up by the roadside in the sun, waving little pen man, signing and singing the national anthem. Sirens had rent the air. Outriders had driven madly through the town's narrow main street, forcing back the eager crowd who waited to catch a glimpse of the leader. The president had spent only an hour before passing on to his next destination, but the memory of that visit had taken firm roots in Keti lore. People still talk about it in detail, and many children born in the month of the visit had been named after the president. There was only one picture in the album that showed the president actually shaking hands with the Maya. He looked carefree as he surveyed the crowd. His gap-toothed smile lightening up the picture, not looking at the Maya as they shook hands. The Maya towered over the president, but he looked ill at ease, totally out of his depth, as if wishing that the president would return to his car and leave with the entourage before something went wrong. But the picture that got Mamo's attention and suggested a way forward for his research was in the next album. It was one of Maya with 2 elderly white women standing on either side of him, smiling brightly into the picture. Mamo recognized the Drinkwater sister. They were dressed in colorful tie and dye wrapper and buba, their head covered in head scarf, and each held a parasol against the intense mid-heat. They were called Kai and Malai by the villagers, and Mamo wasn't sure if they had another name. He didn't know much about them except that they had been born here and had lived here all their lives, and they taught Christian religion studies at the Women Teachers College, played the organs in church sometimes, and after the church service, always had tea with Pastor Mela. They would sit out of the pastor's veranda, overlooking the street, sipping tea in the hot afternoon, exchanging greetings with passerby. Mamo carefully looked out the picture and put it in his pocket. He decided to go and see the sister. He went to them in the evening, when the sun was red and low over the hills. He was sure they would be home. Where would they go to? Two elderly women in a strange country. But then he reminded himself that this wasn't a strange country to them. They had lived in it longer than he had. On the way, he mentally reviewed all he knew about them, about their father, and once again, his recourse was to popular village tradition. There was a brief account of the life of Reverend Drinkwater by his son, the Reverend Michael Drinkwater, in the preface to A Brief History of Peoples of Keti, which did not differ much from popular tradition. The only addition was the account of Reverend Drinkwater's early life in the native Loa and how he got his calling to become a missionary. Two of the first things the villagers would tell you about Drinkwater were, one, that he had died on his knee praying before the altar, and two, that he had seen visions. He saw his first vision at 18. He was working on the farm with his father. He came from a farming family in Loa, when suddenly blinding light appeared to him, and with a voice telling him to leave home and go to New York. Only after the light had disappeared did he realize that he was on the ground, knocked down by the terrible power of the vision. He told his family, and all of them strong believers, that he had received a message from God and that he was off to New York to do the Lord's bidding. He was in New York for 3 weeks, living on his Margaret resource, unsure what to do next, but certain that God would appear to him again with further instructions. On the last day of his 3rd week in New York, the very day his money ran out and he was thrown out of his lodging, he was delivered by a Deus Ex Machina. He met Reverend Angus Williams, an old missionary just returned from India, who had been directed to that street also by vision. The old missionary became his mentor, inspiring him with tales of his divine exploits in India and how there was urgent need to go to these dark places to spread the word. The young Drinkwater then studied for 2 years as a missionary at the Missionary Institute in New York before embarking on his trip to Nigeria in 1911. He had decided on Nigeria after reading the biography of the Scottish missionary Mary Slessor, also known as the Queen of the Cannibals, who worked in Calabar. Before leaving New York, he tied the knot with Angus' daughter, Anna. He embarked on his first missionary journey alone, however, leaving behind his wife, who was pregnant with their first child. The first trip was purely exploratory, and he returned to New York after 1 year. By now, he was beginning to fret because no second vision had come. After 9 months, he left his wife for Nigeria again. She was again pregnant, and this time he did not come back for 2 years. That was how long it took before the much awaited second vision came. He had been working in a Baptist missionary in Lagos with a large body of American Canadian missionaries who were working with fishing communities in Yaba. He was standing by the sea looking over the large expanse of water and the blobbing, the blobbing fishing boat, when suddenly the light appeared again and the voice, but this time it did not knock him down, and rather curiously the words were spoken to him in Yoruba. By now he had developed a rudimentary mystery of the language. The voice told him to go to northern Nigeria, mentioning Ketty by name, and also telling him that that was where he would live and work and die. Some of his fellow missionaries openly expressed their doubt about the accuracy of the vision, especially when they heard that the voice had spoken in Yoruba. They told him, "No one has gone that far into the Sudan before. The farthest you can go is Jos. Forget the northeast. Maybe one day your children will go there, or your grandchildren, but certainly not you." But Drinkwater had no doubt about what he had to do. He went back to New York and returned with his wife and 2 sons in 1914, just before the outbreak of the World War. From Lagos, they traveled by a Royal Niger Company boat to Lokoja, and from Lokoja, they took the train to Jos. It was a grueling trip, especially for the wife and 2 sons. They all fell ill with malaria, but all recovered except for the youngest son, Christopher. He died in Jos and was buried there. The day Drinkwater met Boldock in Jos was actually the day after his son had been buried. They set out for Ketty a month later. To the Reverend's surprise and to his wife's relief, they discovered that they were not the first white folks to arrive Ketty. The colonial government already had a flag firmly planted there by Mr. J.B. Graves, an ex-Ivory buyer and the Royal Niger Company, now turned colonial civil servant. He had arrived a year earlier with the soldier and had conquered the village for the crown by the simple expedient of firing the guns noisily into the air. Drinkwater set up his mission almost immediately, symbolically using the site where twins were dumped to die. Anna was to give birth to 2 more children in Ketty, Kai in 1922, the Malay in 1922. The Reverend never left Ketty again, and he died there in 1953. His wife returned to America briefly in 1942 with her son Michael, but she came back after the war alone. She died in Ketty a week after her husband. Geriatric orchid and roses.
The Drinkwater sisters were in the garden, side by side, bent over the flower beds, removing weeds, watering the yellow and white African orchids and red roses that blossomed luxuriantly in the heat, their colors appearing loud and sudden against the dull brown earth. The garden was a large space at the back of the little house, encircled by a wall of fat, succulent cacti, which cut off the flowers from outside view. A small zinc gate with a latch formed the entrance. Mamo stood at the entrance and called out, "Hello!" They looked up, their hands covered in elbow-length garden gloves, their heads by thin wispy scarves, and their feet in heavy gum boots that made their movements clumsy and slow. "Hello," the one nearest to him answered with a polite smile on her face. The other one stood with her watering can half raised, her eyes squinting. She was Kai, the one who wore glasses, Mamo thought, even though she wasn't wearing them now. Malai was the one who had spoken. "Hello," he said again, unsure how to proceed. "My name is Mamo. I came to see you. I need to ask you some questions." The two women looked at each other, and Mamo saw what could be described as interest register on their wrinkled faces. Apart from the squint, the sisters looked so much alike, almost identical. They had the same matronly figure, the same wrinkled, tanned leather skin, the same color of hair, which must have been originally brown, but was now burned white by sun and age. They would be in their late 60s. They straightened up and began to remove their gloves. "Come in. Just push aside the gate," Kai said. Mamo followed them to the little veranda at the back of the house. The garden began where the veranda stopped, and a gravel path ran from the veranda through the middle of the garden. Two easy chairs against the wall faced the garden. "Sit down. We won't be a minute. You came when we were just about to break for tea. We'll make a cup for you." Mamo thought it was too hot for tea, but he smiled and nodded. "Thank you." They disappeared into the house. The house was surrounded by fruit trees, mainly mango and guava, which formed a buffer zone between it and the neighboring houses. A heavy silence shrouded the house, broken occasionally by the chirping and warbling of birds. Mamo tried to imagine what it would be like to live in such seclusion, with only trees and birds for company. Who did the sisters socialize with, apart from the pastor on Sundays and perhaps their students on weekdays? Kai, now wearing her glasses, came out with the tea on a tray. She put it on the table between the armchairs. Malai came out with another chair and positioned it against the wall next to Mamo. He imagined them sitting here every evening after work, contemplating the garden or talking. No, not talking. Surely they would have run out of interesting topics ages ago. Most likely reading or knitting or dozing like most old people. Their mouths solicited. Maybe just family, cousins and nephews and nieces who had seen them only in pictures. And of course, there was their brother, Michael, and his wife. The Reverend Michael Drinkwater, the dutiful son who had perpetuated his father's memory by carefully compiling and editing his papers and publishing them. Mamo had seen him once, many years ago, on his last visit to Katie. He had come for the dedication of the new church with his thin, pale wife and his two freckled children, a boy and a girl named Nathan and Hannah, after his parents. He had been to Katie 3 times before. His first visit was in 1978 on the 25th anniversary of his father's death. The second in 1984 to lay the foundation of the new church, and the last a year later to dedicate the church. The sisters had lived together all their lives, and they had never married. What is it like to never have sex? Mamo thought, staring at the small film of down on Kay's upper lip as she made small talk. Melai had a few wispy hairs on her chin. He could see the veins beneath the skin of her arms, blue and sinuous, pulsing in the heat. Pastor Mela showed us your review. We thought it was wonderful. Didn't we, Heather? Kai said. Yes, Agnes, we did. Malai answered. Agnes and Heather, they are English, or was it American or just Christian names? hinting at another life, another world. On their living room walls there might be pictures of that world, a flat Iora prairie with tall and green corn stalks swaying in the wind, and a river running through it, the Iowa River perhaps, with trees on its bank, and through the trees the clear flowing water. He wondered if they had dual personalities, an American Agnes Heather Miss Hyde that they only brought out when they were together at home, and an African Kai Malay Dr. Jekyll that came out when they played the organ in church and drank tea with the pastor on Sundays. We have sent Michael a copy of the review. You know, he published the book from our father's papers. Mamo sipped his tea, mostly listening, fascinated by their small talk, how they addressed each other by name with each statement. They had a way of asking each other for confirmation of even the most obvious things. He watched their lips close over the tea mugs, the gullets moving as the liquid descended. At last, Heather, the quiet one, the younger one, asked him a direct question, taking him by surprise when she switched to the Katy language. Are you a journalist? No, not really. I am just a contributor. I see, she said, looking uncertain. But then she asked, are you working on anything at present? Her pronunciation was faultless, a bit nasal, but she sounded rather formal and as if she were reading the words from a book. Mamu, after a slight pause, nodded. Yes, that is in fact why I came to see you. I thought you might be able to assist. I have been invited to write a biography of the May. Your father, I believe, was good friends with the first May, Boldock, and you have known the present one for a long time. They nodded. He showed them the picture. I came across it in the May's palace today. Oh, Malay said as she took the picture, showing it to her sister, laughing girlishly, covering her mouth with her hand. This was a long time ago. Kai took the picture. 5 years ago, it was, when he came on a visit to our school on National Literacy Day, she said, also switching to Katy. Yes, her sister assented, holding the picture. We will help gladly, they said together. Well, I was hoping for something personal, like your father's diary or papers. Anything at all from those days will be helpful. Michael had taken away all the papers on his last visit, they said. They took him to the garage, which they had converted into a storeroom, since they had no car. It was dark and airless. The spider webs on the ceiling and in the corners jumped into sharp focus when Malay opened the thick iron window. Old furniture, a jumble of wooden bed frames, and chairs and trunks took up most of the room. Malay opened one of the trunks and showed him the old moldy clothes inside. Our parents brought these with them when they first came. She took out a moth-eaten mosquito net that had once been white but was now a green-brown moldy color. She pointed at a dismantled tiny lamp. Father used to write all through the night with this lamp. I remember the villagers would gather outside the mission gate to see the light. New to them, it was, fascinatingly so. Sometimes, Mamo had to strain his interpretative powers to follow the order of the words, now that the sisters were pouring them out thick and fast, their faces flushed by heat and memory. There were thick walking boots and rain boots, Bombay bowlers, walking sticks, more mosquito nets, and toilet seats, and other odds and ends. Mamo admired and handled them, all the time observing the sisters, who had now begun to assume individual identity. Kai was the stern, no-nonsense one, the one with a bad case of erythema, the one with the chin whips, the one with the glasses. Melai must have been the beauty once, and she had the girlish laughter and showed more enthusiasm in bringing out the old stuff. Now she was holding up a dress, a wedding gown, complete with tulle and lace and train. It looked shrunken and impossibly wrinkled. There were holes in it, made by ants and termites. This was used in the first church wedding in this village. It was my mother's. She came to Africa with it. She was born in Bombay. Our grandfather was a missionary there. She lent the dress to the bride, La Monge La Memi. She is still alive. We have the wedding picture, if you want to see. Malai had lapsed back to English, abandoning the tortuous Katie in her eagerness to impart this bit of information. She held up the dress against her matronly body. In the living room, they showed him their pictures. There were pictures of them as young girls with their parents, and for the first time, he saw what their mother looked like. She looked to be in her early 30s in the picture, and she stood with her head bowed against the sun. She was a beautiful woman with long hair and a long neck and delicate features, rather like Malai must have once been, and her hat was placed squarely on her head. She held Malai with one hand and with the other embraced her husband, while he held Kai with his free hand. The brother stood next to Kai on the outside. There were pictures of the other people, other places, flat and green, with Mamu, which Mamu assumed to be Iowa. And on the wall there was a prairie landscape with a river running through it. My uncle Elia told me that your father, during catechism classes, used to teach his students stories of the lives of the saints, and that he had also asked them to write their own biographies. There must be lots of such biographies somewhere. You wouldn't know where they are, would you? They shook their heads. Michael has them if you want. We could ask him to send them over to make copies for you. Thank you. They were back on the veranda. The sisters were flushed with the exertion of showing him their stuff, but they seemed to have enjoyed it. Malai patted him on the knee as she said, "You must return again soon." Kai said, "Yes, do, please. We may not be in Katy for long now. Are you thinking of moving elsewhere?" "It is not our idea," she said with a sad sigh. "Michael thinks we need to return to Iowa soon for health reasons." She spoke softly, staring into the garden at the flowers. In the corner of his eyes, he saw her sister reach out to take her hand. "We are not young anymore, but this will always be our home. Our heart and soul will always be here," Malai said in English with a tremor to her voice. "I am sorry to hear that you are leaving," Mamo said. He felt their sadness. He sipped his tea. It was cold. He put it down. "I am afraid I came today without warning. Next time, I will need to interview you, if that is okay, and perhaps borrow some of your pictures for my book." "Of course you may. Sorry we couldn't help with any of Father's papers. Michael has them all. But if you want Mother's diary, you can have it. Can't he, Heather? Not that there is anything interesting in it. It is mostly grocery lists," Kai said. "Your mother left a diary?" "Yes. she said, sounding happy to be of help. Wait, I'll go get it. She went into the house and returned with a small notebook about 50 pages thick. Mamo took it and opened the pages, running his eyes over the neat colloquies. The pages had once been white with blue ruled lines, but now they were yellow and crinkly at the edges. The cover was soft, brown, and it had a hand-drawn fleur-de-lis gracing the top left corner. I am afraid it is not much. She kept a diary for only 1 year, while father kept one all his life. He actually encouraged her to start one, but she gave it up after a year in 1928. She began another in 1942, which was the year America entered the war. That was the year she returned to Iowa with Michael. But I don't know what happened to that one. You can go take this one, but bring it back when you are through. I will. Thank you. The Blessed Child. Young man, you look familiar. Have we met before? The Mai said to Mamo. The Waziri was seated at his usual whispering distance to the Mai. His face was expressionless, save for the occasional twitching of his bad eye. When Mamo turned a perplexed face to him, he smiled reassuringly and whispered to the Mai, "He is your biographer, Highness. He wants to ask a few questions about your childhood." Mamo had found a note on his desk when he arrived at the office, asking him to come immediately to the Mai's lounge for the interview. He had hurried over, surprised that the Waziri had been able to arrange the interview so expeditiously, just a day after their last meeting. But now, the Mai continued to stare at him with dull eyes and slack face. Mamo was seated on an ottoman not too far from the Mai's sofa, and his notebook was open on his lap, his pen poised to take notes. The Mai's dull yellow eyes were looking directly at him, expectant, as if waiting for him to confirm that he was indeed the biographer. Your father was well known to me. God bless his soul. He was a good man, even though his politics were confused. The Mai spoke at last. There was a quaver to his voice, an infirmness that usually accompanies old age. But the Mai wasn't that old. He couldn't be more than 60. Yes, sir, Mamo said, not sure what to add. The Waziri was looking at him encouragingly, as if willing him to say something clever. A sweet, perfumey smell issued from the Mai's voluminous robe. Beneath the perfume, there was another vague smell, unpleasant, soporific, making Mamo feel enveloped and breathless. The Mai continued to stare, his eyes growing duller and duller. Mamo turned his gaze to the wall mat where Eve was trying to cover her rather voluptuous breasts with an arm. He opened a fresh page in his notebook. At last, the Waziri said in an oily, ingratiating tone, "Perhaps, Highness, you may wish to tell him about your childhood in the palace." Then, without pausing, he turned to Mamo and with a smile went on. His Highness grew up with his uncle, the last May. He was 7 when his own father died, and the last May adopted him because he had no male children of his own. At first, he was just another young boy in the palace, running around with his cousins and nephews and nieces. Then something happened that got him the attention of the Mai, and from that day, everyone knew he was going to be the next ruler. I had a dream. Mamo looked up from his notebook. Yes, it was the Mai. His face was still slack, but now his eyes were on Mamo, as if he had finally realized what was going on. His voice was hoarse, still shaky. I saw a woman covered in a black gown from head to foot. She was bearing something at the door to my uncle's quarters. I woke up. It was late, around midnight, and the whole palace was asleep. I was in the young boy's quarters, you see. He stopped and his eyes grew distant, as if he were able to see physically into that past he was trying to recapture with words. There are different quarters in the palace. The young boys', the young girls', and of course the wives. So early in the morning, I went to see the May. I was bold. In my heart, I knew no fear. I was a blessed child, you see. For this statement, the May lowered his voice like a conspirator, all the time continuing to stare at Mamo with his dull yellow eyes, as if waiting for an answer to a question. Mamo continued to scribble in his notebook. A gifted child, the Waziri echoed encouragingly, his dodgy eye swiveling wildly, and the May resumed. He was in court, surrounded by his counselors, but I knew no hesitation. I stood before his throne, directly where he could see me, and I said, I had a dream. It was a great moment. He didn't doubt me, because in my voice there was no hesitation. He and his whole council went and dug up the pot the woman had buried. It was there, a deadly charm, wrapped in blood-soaked cloth. The charm was made with the skull of an infant. Someone wanted to kill him. Now, my uncle was a cunning man. He knew it was no use making threats, so he promised amnesty to whoever came forward and confessed voluntarily before the day was out. He let everyone think that he knew the perpetrators of this great evil, but that he wanted to give them a chance to confess. At the same time, he warned that if by the end of the day they refused to confess, they would be exposed and beheaded. Now the May paused and closed his eyes as if to rest from the rigors of recollection. But after a while, he began to snore. Mamo turned to the Waziri. It was the youngest wife, and she confessed. The Waziri took over the narration without a blink, his voice smooth. She had enlisted the service of a Hausa woman to kill the Mai, so that her son from another marriage will inherit the throne. You may go. We will continue next time. After this rather short interview, Mamo returned to his office and spent the rest of the day doodling and browsing through the files and photo albums, unsure what to do next. The May, his primary source, was clearly not going to be of much help. Suddenly, he felt helpless, inexperienced, and a bit desperate. The Waziri seemed over-enthusiastic, perhaps underestimating the amount of work involved in writing a book. At last, Mamo went home, thoughtful, tired, but determined to forge ahead. This was a chance he was resolved to exploit, even if it killed him. On the way, he encouraged himself by sending his mind into the future, to when the book would finally be finished. He reminded himself of the Waziri's promise that the book would make him the most famous of all his peers. He reflected on the irony of life, how his illness, which had stopped him from pursuing his childhood dreams of martial glory, had pushed him to become studious, and this had now opened for him other avenues for fame. Mamo already had his own plan of writing himself into the limelight, into history. He knew how easy it would be to get forgotten once the book was written. That was the peculiar trouble with biography. More than other kinds of writing, it focused attention only on the subject, and often the author was forgotten, cast aside as if the book had written itself. Mamo would weave himself unobtrusively into the book in the form of a foreword in which he would leave detailed accounts of his investigative endeavor. Nothing too obvious, just coded hints. Then, upon reflection, he decided that perhaps a foreword might be too attention-grabbing, too obvious. An afterword may be better, more discreet, but still doing the same job. It showed more class. He could get someone else to do the foreword, someone really high up, say the state governor. It was not impossible, and that was the beauty of this project, of working for the palace. Anything was possible. The only limitations were that of imagination. Thus, much cheered by his thought of impending fame, Mamo immediately went back to work when he got home. He picked up Hannah Drinkwater's diary and began to read. He had gone through it once already, but he had done so cursorily, without making notes. Now he sat down at his reading table with pen and paper. Apart from providing him with exact dates and some insights into how the Drinkwaters ran their daily lives in the mission, what food they ate, how it was procured from the natives, mostly by barter, old clothes, mirrors, gewgaws, and other useless stuff for food, there wasn't really much that was useful in the diary. Ball Doc, who was referred to as Drinkwater's native guide and later assistant, was mentioned only 3 times. There were accounts of how the Drinkwater children spent their days. Anxieties over unknown symptoms and rashes, more anxieties over delays in the arrival of vital household supplies and medicines from Jos and Lagos. There were also entries dealing with church activities, long disquisitions on how to start a married women's prayer group, and how to help the reverend prepare the communion on Communion Sundays. Certain berries had to be used in the absence of wine. The following was a typical entry. Monday. Today I bought a lamb from Ngendi, our nearest neighbor, and one of our few converts in the village. He wouldn't accept money, but requested to be paid with some of Nathan's old khaki pants. Now I have to find a way to store a whole carcass in this humid weather. The best way is the native way. Remove the offal and vital organs, which must be eaten immediately. Then salt and smoke the flesh. It can be stored suspended from a tree branch or from the roof in the kitchen. I prefer the roof. The smoke from the hearth helps to quickly dry it. It lasts a whole week before it begins to spoil. But there was a long entry about the district officer, Mr. Graves, on a day when he came to the Drinkwaters for dinner. Lengthy discussions were paraphrased. There were also direct quotes from Graves. It was clear there was a worried distrust of Graves by Mrs. Drinkwater, because Graves was an indifferent Christian. She often referred to him as the cunning Englishman. He came to dinner once in January 1928. That day's entry ended with a summary of the dinner table conversation about whether the native had a soul. Mr. Graves wasn't sure. Reverend Drinkwater was sure. On the next page was a long quotation from Graves' dinner table wisdom. It was about his vision for Katie. It is not enough to conquer their land. We must conquer their minds as well. And to do that, we must use more than gentle Christian persuasion, more than books and schools. We must break their spirits. We must break their backs and throw them down into the dust, as it were, then slowly raise them up again, but this time as gentler, more useful beings. Then they will be grateful to us in the future. they will become our loyal co-workers in the huge task of civilization. Mamo tried to conjure up the woman and the kind of life she must have lived alone with only her children and her house chores to distract her. Of course, sometimes missionaries on their way to other remote missions would drop by and spend a day at the Katy mission. But those moments were rare. She must have had an extraordinarily active mind or believed strongly in her husband and his mission, not to have run mad. She had returned to America only once since she'd left during the Second World War, and then she returned to die here and be buried beside her husband. Whiskey and wheelchair. Asaba had sunk lower and lower into drinks and drugs since his return from the hospital. The few times Mamo had been to see him in his house at the foot of the hill, he had been drunk and incoherent, and halfway through each visit, he had fallen asleep in his wheelchair, snoring loudly. Today, he was lively and full of chatter, surrounded by his still loyal friends. Mamo sat to one side, occasionally chipping in a word to their conversation, which was mostly political. He never ceased to be amazed at the veneration with which his father's name was spoken in this cycle. They still referred to him as the chairman, and they each had a personal story of his munificence, to which Mamo listened as if it were about a stranger. Sometimes, overcome by drink and weed, Asaba would start weeping over some memory of his hell-raising days, and then he'd bang his head or his whiskey bottle against the metal of his wheelchair. And once, Mamo had seen him throw himself violently off the wheelchair and roll about in the dust till his friends restrained him and carried him to bed. When the discussion became too incoherent or too loud, sometimes it degenerated into fisticuffs. Mamo would quietly slip away, but first he'd stop at the kitchen, where Asaba's wife, Jumai, was busy with one chore or the other. She was used to her husband's ways and had adjusted her expectations with the typical equanimity of the peasant woman. The son, Marcus, would be with her, playing among the pots and pans, pausing to stare silently at Mamo. He had his father's sensitive poet's eyes. "Tell him I'll call again soon," Mamo would tell the woman. He would note how, though she was only 20, she already looked tired and dirty, and her eyes had developed the sort of dull, uncomprehending film through which most of the village women viewed the world around them. Mamo would slip her some money before leaving. "Buy something for the boy." The church secretary brought him Zara's letter. Most of the villagers, Christian and non-Christian alike, used the church's post office address. It had arrived that afternoon. The secretary said it was a postcard, and Mamo recognized the writing even before he saw the name. The picture on the card showed the Durban waterfront, a blue-green sea dotted with faraway sails and ships that filled most of the background. In the foreground were tiny surfers flying on the views. In the foreground were tiny surfers flying in the waves, their arms opened like wings for balance. Across the picture were bold Gothic characters saying simply, "Durban." On the back were the date and her address in Durban, and a short note in her slanting hand. "Mamo, wish you were here. So much is happening. Yesterday, we witnessed the swearing in of Mandela as president. It is really great to witness the dismantling of apartheid structures right before one's eyes. Take care of yourself, and please write soon. I miss you." The letter doesn't give much away, he thought, letting the card drop from his hand like a limp petal from a stalk. He imagined her in a procession in Pretoria or in Johannesburg. The letter didn't mention where they went to see Mandela being sworn in. In a sea of 1,000 other faces, black, white, colored, bearing placards, singing songs in the street, happy. More lives and times. Do you have documents here dating back to colonial days? Mamo asked the thin, rheumy-eyed librarian. Documents? Colonial times? I don't know, she said, looking up guiltily as if caught in flagrant delicto. She was peeling an orange and reading a book at the same time. I don't know, she said again, nervously, looking at him curiously. Although the diary hadn't provided much information on Baldock, it gave Mamo the idea of going to the local government secretariat the next day in the hope that the library there might have archives containing documents from colonial times, letters and memos and pictures. The library was situated at the back of the secretariat, far away from the offices, next to the parking lot and the toilets. The smell of urine wafted into the open door of the library on the strong midday breeze. He was sure no one had visited this room in a long time. The girl continued to stare at him, her mouth half open. Suddenly, Mamo smiled and said, "You are Laddie, aren't you? Bola's sister." She relaxed and smiled. "Mamo, I didn't recognize you." He had gone to school with her brother. I didn't know you worked here." I just started, she said. She was a veritable bookworm, and in his early teens, when he was going through a romantic phase, Mamo used to borrow Mill and Boone novels from her. She had them in boxes. He wasn't surprised. She had ended up a librarian. The room was rectangular and gloomy. The windows were shut, and the heat was trapped in the space between the wooden bookshelves. Lizards hung lazily from the old and broken ceiling, looking at the humans with their characteristic sidelong glances. Bola now works in Abuja. He was home last month, Laddie said. Then, pleasantries over, she asked him curiously, "What did you say you wanted?" "I only started working here last month, and I don't know where everything is. No one ever comes here, you see. But there are cartons there with papers in them. Some of them are ruined by rain. The roof leaks." She pointed to the roof. Mamo went to the cartons and began to rummage through the old and tattered files, often pulling back to allow insects and little lizards to scurry out. "Can't we open the windows?" he asked Laddie. "It is so dark here." She went and opened the window next to him. The smell of urine grew stronger, but at least the room was now brighter and he could breathe. She gave him a chair, and he shared her hard, narrow table. After a while, he was able to ignore her fixed, curious stare and concentrate on the files. A few of them dated back to the days he was interested in. Between 1917, when Mr. Graves, the first white man, conquered Katy, and 1960, when the country became independent and local civil servants took over from the colonialists. 3 colonial district officers served between these dates, and some of the documents were copies of correspondences between them and their divisional commissioner in Jos. Most of the letters were damaged by rain and were illegible. Entire pages were eaten away by insects, and some had just grown old and stiff and had crumbled to bits. Most of them were from Mr. Graves. He had served the longest of the 3 district officers from 1917 to 1928. Mamo went through the letters slowly, straining his eyes to decipher the faint typewritten characters. One letter dated 1918 propounded on the need for a new May in Keti. We must install one as soon as possible. They've been without a natural ruler for 1 year now. The last one I had to remove because of his high-handed style of administering justice. The need for such a chief is, of course, obvious. The people are more loyal to their own kind. If he has the charisma and the authority, of course, backed by our authority. This will greatly enhance the efficiency of tax collection and the administration of justice, both of which I now have to do myself with the help of a few trusted native assistants. And I must stress the difficulty of finding such trusted assistants. Now, my proposal is to make such a chief paramount ruler over the other chiefs who rule the smaller villages. There are about 12 of such said smaller villages, and each speaking a different tongue and seeming to have no allegiance to the other, always warring against themselves. If we can use our authority to yoke them together into a single federation, this will solve our problem of administration, tax collection, and the like. The chieftaincy, of course, must be developed on a slightly different model from that which I met when I came. The last chief, or May, as he was called, and whom I had to depose for his high-handedness, as I mentioned earlier, was only a sort of first among equals, and his duties were part religious and part administrative. But he never took decisions without the consent of his council of elders, apart from the last high-handed decision for which I had to depose him. The new May must be totally distanced from such priestly duties. Here, Mamo was forced to stop because the remaining part of the letter was blotted out by rain. He put it to one side and picked up another letter by Graves to the same divisional administrator. The date had been eaten away by termites. The divisional administrator: Dear sir, today I begin work on the project of which I referred to in my last letter to you. I hope to lay the building's foundations before the advent of the rainy season 3 months from now. At first, I depended solely on the new chief, the Mai, for the supply of labor. But after the first year, progress on the project was going much slower than I had foreseen. So, I had to step in. My solution was simple. I moved my office. I have been using a tent for that purpose since I came here, which is one of the reasons why I need to complete the building project as soon as possible. To the top of the hill, a naturally advantageous site and one that is perfect for such a building. And once there, I made it known that whoever wanted to see me for any reason, especially for justice, since I spent a large part of administrative hours settling disputes between these rather litigious people, I decreed that anyone coming to be heard must bring with him a granite boulder, roughly twice the size of a human head. Soon, a huge pile was heaped up on the building site, and more keep coming. The piling of boulders has now become a kind of sport among these rather amused people. So today we began the foundation. Soon there will be an office and a modern guest house of 2 bedrooms and a living room. I will keep you updated on the progress of the work as it develops. Yours, etc., Mr. J.B. Graves. Finally, the heat and the stench of urine got the better of Mamo, and he asked Laddie if he could borrow some of the letters to read at home. She nodded happily, sucking on her orange, still staring at him curiously. She asked him to sign for the documents, and as he signed, she finally plucked up the courage to ask, I heard you are going to write a book on our history. Is this what you need the letters for? Mamo nodded, too weak to explain. He felt as if he had been cooked in a cauldron of hot oil. Yes, thanks for your help. Come back anytime, she said happily. Mamo's notes. Mamo's notes toward a biography of the May, Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves first came to Nigeria in 1896. At the time, of course, the vast land stretching from the Atlantic in the south to the Sahel Savannah in the north wasn't called Nigeria. To the Western eye, it must have seemed like a vast, nameless and trackless collection of villages and towns and cities and kingdoms, chaotic and innocent and reeling from the ravages of tribal wars, but also rich in agricultural products and mineral resources just ready for the taking. But whoever was going to take them must first contend with malaria and the warlike tribes and the local slave raiders. If he survived all these, there was still the French and the German trading outposts to compete with. These must have seemed very exciting prospects for an 18-year-old Yorkshire farm boy looking for adventure. Graves came to work for the Royal Niger Company as a buyer of ivory. He did that for a whole year and was based at the company's headquarters in Lokoja, but soon he got tired of buying dead elephant teeth and shipping them down the Niger to Calabar and Lagos. When he heard that the company was raising an army to fight the recalcitrant emir of Nukpe in 1897, he volunteered to go along. The expedition had a force of 1,500 Hausa soldiers, drilled and trained by the company and led by 30 white officers, some of whom were lent for the occasion by the War Office in London. The troops, of course, made short work of the emir's bowmen, who fled at the deafening roar of guns. Not surprisingly, they had never heard the sound of a gun before. When in 1900, the vast territory now known as Nigeria was transferred from the Royal Niger Company to the British Crown, Graves decided to also change masters. He applied to join the colonial service, and he was accepted based on his extensive experience in the interior towns and villages and in pacifying recalcitrant chiefs and emirs. His work took him the length and breadth of the territory north of the river Niger, and he was only 30 when he penetrated and subdued the northeastern villages around Gombe, finally settling in Keti as district officer. But he soon discovered that the business of subduing was one that was never done. Little unforeseen, unsettling things kept cropping up to disrupt the balance. First, there was Mai Lakei. He was a charismatic and influential leader, but one who kept undermining Graves' authority at every opportunity. I don't know how Graves managed to dethrone Mai Lakei, but he soon did. And in his place, he installed the more amenable Ball Doc, servant to the American missionary Drinkwater. After his victory over Lakei, he turned his attention to building an office and a guest house. He finished that in 1925. Then, using the same forced labor method, he next built a prison. It was the biggest and most secure prison in the whole Gombe area. Since all the rivers and the hills and even the trees already had names, he decided to leave his mark by redesigning the village roads. He drew a grid plan based on his memories of the streets of his village in Yorkshire. This was toward the end of his life when, the story went, he had begun to lose his mind. He had suffered too many malaria attacks, had been bitten by too much sun, and wrecked by too much loneliness. He demolished compounds, shifted houses, and lined the new road with mahogany trees. His own village had oak trees, but they wouldn't grow in the African weather. In the first year of the trees' lives, he made the school children of the new primary school pay their school fees by watering them every morning before going to class. Graves died in 1928 at the age of 50, attempting one more conquest to climb the highest peak in Keti, the Kilang Peak, described in Reverend Drinkwater's brief history as a mountainous contour like a lion Kuchan. It was 3,000 feet above sea level and about 2,000 feet above the surrounding plain. He lost his footing and plummeted to his death. Some stories in the village insisted that he committed suicide over a local woman, the mayor's youngest wife. Some people said a great beauty who spawned Graves' surreptitious advances. She later ran away from her husband's house to Jos with a young sweetheart. The Avenger. They talked of the military coup. It had happened suddenly, unexpectedly, a week ago. The civilian state governors and local government chairmen had been replaced by military administrators, and as often happened after such takeovers, promises had been made, expectations had risen. Most of Mamo's father's old enemies and friends were now in prison for economic crimes, but still nothing had changed. Another important thing: keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. Now that we have a new government, maybe things will change. I mean, regarding the school, said Elia. They talked of the teachers with whom Elia was still in close contact. Mamo hadn't seen any of them apart from Zara since the school was closed. Now he learned that Mr. Buka had finally achieved his dream of going to the university to study psychology. Miss Lipstick had found employment at another secondary school in a neighboring village. What of Zara? She used to stop by. I haven't seen her in a while. Elia was seated by the window in his living room on a rocking chair. A book lay on the table beside him. Mamo had found him half dozing and half gazing out of the window to where Asaba's empty hut now stood in the distance beyond the hut. The walls of the classrooms of the community school could also be seen in the clear sunlight. She is in South Africa, she said. She works in an orphanage. On one of the seats, Marcus, Asaba's little boy, slept soundly, his breath whistling through his nose, his round belly rising and falling softly beneath his t-shirt. When Mamo remarked how like his father the boy looked, Uncle Elia replied, "The mother brings him here every day. She says she brings him to visit us, but really, she comes to get some food to take home." He sighed and turned his gaze to the school in the distance. His eyes had bags under them. His chin was covered in white bristles. After a while, he added gently, "Maybe Zara will come back. It is good to travel because it sometimes reminds us of the precious things we had left at home." Then, changing the subject, he asked, "So, do you enjoy working at the palace?" Mamo took a long time to answer. "I don't know. I have only been there a few months now." "It is okay. I know they would feed you a bundle of lies, but I have no fear that you will write only the truth." "I will." The Waziri, Ilya interrupted. "He promises more than he delivers. I understand he was also the Waziri to the former May Hamdi, the one that later became El Nafati after converting to Islam, the one that was poisoned." I thought he died of smallpox. He was poisoned, but no one would tell you that, not even the elders. These are royal secrets. The May before him, May Kilang, was stabbed while he slept. Let me show you. I have a picture of him somewhere. He got up and disappeared into his bedroom. After a while, he returned, clutching a black and white photograph. He handed it to Mamo. It was a daguerreotype, a bit dulled by time and handling. It showed Mai Kilang seated in a chair under a neem tree, staring straight ahead, looking a bit nervous. His robes fell stiffly over his shoulders like broken wings. His turban rested on his head like a sack. This picture was taken by one of the American missionaries who came after the death of Reverend Drinkwater. Why was he stabbed? Mamo asked. It was all a continuation of the power tussle that began when Graves, the first district officer, deposed one of the early Mays. His name was Lakay, by accusing him of murder. Did Lakay really commit murder? No, he was merely enforcing the traditional law. You see, in that time, it wasn't necessarily the man who committed a murder that got punished. The May and his council usually punished the most productive member of that family. And so, when an old man committed murder, the elders decided to punish his brother. The brother chose death over banishment. He was hanged to death in front of the May's palace, and that was when Graves pounced. He had been waiting for a chance to deal with my May, whom he found too arrogant. And of course, Graves was the kind of man who didn't take any challenge to his authority lightly. And so, my Lakay was accused of murder and was exiled to the land of the Yorubas, Ile-Ife, to die alone. Here, Elijah paused, and his stare grew distant, his voice becoming whispery. The story was current when we were growing up. They said after the hanging, a quiet had descended on the whole village. People stood outside with a big mustache. People stood outside their huts as Grave passed with his policemen. He was a rather short man with a big mustache. He always wore a bowler hat, which seemed a bit too big for his head. He had a stick in his hand, and a smile played on his lips as he led the men up the path to the Mai's house. The villagers followed cautiously from a distance. The story had gone out that Graves was going to arrest the May. The May was waiting for him. He was seated with two of his sons and a few councillors in his front room where he received visitors. When Graves arrived, he stood outside the hut with his policemen and shouted loudly to May Lakay to come out. I am arresting you in the name of the king, he shouted. Lakay did not come out, but one of his sons did. He came out running, a spear in his hand. Aimed at the white man. But before he got even halfway to him, Graves brought out his pistol and shot him in the chest. He fell down. The crowd went up in a wail. That was when Lakay came out. He stood over his son, his head bowed, and then he turned to the white man and said, "Let's go." He was led through the village, his hands tied behind him, to the new lockup. That night, the whole village did not sleep. Many people thought the May's friends would invade the lockup and set him free, but nothing happened. The next day, he was taken away to the state capital, and that was the last the village ever saw of him. Baldock. was made May in his state, but a part of the Lakei family still felt cheated, and one of them, a woman named Lamonje, swore that she'd one day bring the family back to power. She didn't get a chance to do it, but her daughter, also named Lamonje, did get a chance. This was over 20 years later, when most people had forgotten about Lakei. Her chance came one day when Mai Kilang, who was now May after Baldock, went to one of the neighboring villages on his tax collecting outings, and to spend the night in the village head's house. Now, unknown to him, the village head's wife was this same Lamonje, and that night, while Mai Kilang slept, she and her husband went to his room and stabbed him to death, and in the morning, they accused the guards of the deed. The guards ran away to the neighboring village, but unfortunately, Lamonje and her husband never got to enjoy the fruits of their crime. They both went mad. It was said that from the night of the murder, neither of them was ever able to sleep again. They kept seeing Mai Kilang's bloody ghost in their bedroom. Lamonje would run out naked into the street screaming, "Blood, blood on my hands," and making scrubbing motions. Her husband committed suicide, and she spent the rest of her life in the madhouse. There used to be a song about them. It was quite popular at the time. Their fathers before them. Early on a Monday morning, Mamo was informed almost casually by the Waziri that he was to take the minutes at the next council meeting, which was beginning the next hour. It wouldn't be part of his routine duties as palace secretary. It would be part of his routine duties as palace secretary. The council chamber was next to Mamo's office. It was a large hall with heavy draperies that cast the room in primeval shadows, as if guarding the secrecy of the decision taken there. The Keti District Traditional Council was made up of the heads of the 12 villages that made up the district, with May Al-Hassan as the chairman. Already, the maids were making their way into the chamber, slowly, laboriously, taking what seemed to be hours just to settle into their seats. The seats were arranged around a huge rectangular table. Mamo was introduced by the Waziri as the new secretary, a distinguished historian who is at the moment working on a magnificent history of our land, our culture, and our rulers, and was given a seat at a small writing table. Not too far away from the central table, just behind the Waziri. He had never taken the minutes at a meeting before, and his greatest fear was of leaving out something important. But his fear dissipated as soon as the mayor started his opening remarks. He found himself often waiting for minutes before the mayor's rambling words could form themselves into a sentence. Today, the mayor was dressed in a huge white robe over a sky blue dashiki, his turban resting on his head like a burden. The Waziri beside him was, as always, sharp of dress and shiny of beard. We all know why we are holding this meeting. You can see from the papers before you. The agenda today is my 10th anniversary, which is coming up 10 months from now. Here, the mayor paused to elaborate on the guest invitation list. The president himself would be the guest of honor. He talked for over 10 minutes on that. The table listened in silence. A few of the turbaned heads began to nod. Some were holding side chats, and then finally, the May ended his digressions with, "Now, let us hear your comments. Remember, we must make this a big event, the biggest this town has ever seen. We will invite all the governors, the ministers, and all the local council chairmen." Applause. One of the Mays, the most senior after the May of Katy, stood up and pledged his support. The other Mays all stood up in pecking order and repeated the same words of support, verbatim, only placing the name of the preceding village with theirs. Only replacing the name of the preceding village with theirs. Then finally, the Waziri spoke, and when he did, everyone listened. He was in charge of preparations for the big event, and he had all the facts and figures at his fingertips. He broke down how much money would be needed and the possible ways of generating it. Mamo noticed that almost all the money for the event was expected to come as grants from the state and federal governments. After the Waziri's speech, the meeting broke up for lunch. The May retired to his quarters and did not return for the post-recess meeting. The Mays returned looking rather animated. Mamo soon found out why when the discussion turned to the issue of sending a welfare delegation to the state governor. Each of the May wanted to be a member of the delegation. 5 were finally chosen. The rest of the day was spent briefing the delegation on what to tell the governor. It seemed each May wanted a new car for himself, and money to repair his crumbling palace walls, and more money for the upkeep of his large family. As he listened to the chatter, Mamo found his gaze wandering to the window. Through the crack in one of the drapes, he could see the square outside clearly. Under the trees were a line of cars that had brought the Mays to the meeting. Their drivers and aides waited patiently to take them back home after the meeting. Absently, he thought how a few generations ago the Mays' ancestors must have sat with Mr. Graves under the council trees, eagerly discussing how to increase the taxes on their poor subjects. Instead of cars, they'd have gone to that meeting on donkeys and horses and on foot. He had read of how mercilessly they had dealt with whoever was unable to pay his hot tax, trying him up in the hot, harsh sun without water or food in front of his hut, his family, his wife, his children, so that the whole village would learn from his mistake. And he asked himself almost derisively, what really is there to write about their lives? Their combined lives wouldn't be worth more than a chapter in a decent book. And he thought of his brother, who now had only one eye. And he said to himself, I could write 10 books about his life and times without the need for any padding. He also thought of Zara in South Africa, standing in a crowd, watching Mandela being sworn in after he had spent 27 years in prison. And he muttered to himself, I could write 1,000 books about that moment, that minute that he lifted his arm to take the oath of office. He also thought of his uncle, seated by the window and staring at the deserted hut where his only son once lived, but who was now estranged from him, crippled by life, and the school building that was visible just over the thatched roof of the hut. And he thought, of my uncle's silence, I could write many books. Even my father's selfish ambitions had more nobility in it than these frauds have in their whole lives. For the first time, he was brought face to face with the duplicity of his own position. His uncle had said to him, "I know they will feed you a bundle of lies, but I have no fear that you will write only the truth." He knew that were he to be honest to his heart, he'd right now put down his pen and walk out and never again return. But what of fame? He reminded himself. What of immortality? People don't achieve all that because they interpret the truth literally. There is always a point where they grit their teeth and do what has to be done. One looks only at the bigger picture. In the afterward, there would be a chance to say a word or two about the hard choices he had to make, the compromises, to show that he was not unaware of the finer issues involved. But first, he must write the book. When he returned to writing the minutes, however, he noticed that his hand was not as steady as it had been earlier. The disquiet grew every day inside Mamo. Every morning he looked around his office and feel as if he were in the wrong place, as if a million eyes were watching him and asking him, "What are you doing here?" Finally, to silence his conscience, he decided to make a bold suggestion to the Waziri to propose a fundraiser for the village. "Sir, I have a suggestion," he said to the Waziri. He was standing in the center of the Waziri's office. For the past couple of weeks, since the meeting, the Waziri had been avoiding him, pretending to be busy whenever Mamo approached him to remind him of the need for another interview with the May. Now, Waziri waved him into a seat, saying breezily, "How is the book coming?" Mamo mumbled an answer and then went on to his suggestion. "We really need to generate publicity about the anniversary long before it happens, starting from now." The Waziri kept on looking at him, saying nothing, but a flicker of interest was beginning to register in his good eye, now that the anniversary had been mentioned. Mamo had counted on that. He wanted to couch his proposal in words that would deflect attention from its real reason, which was to try to do something for the village, the people. "I think if you'd involve the people, you'd make more progress." "What people?" the Waziri asked. "I mean, organize a fundraising event, something that would involve the people. Invite the youth clubs, the farmers clubs, the traders unions, the church, and mosque groups. They'll all have the May as patron, don't they?" "You mean a form of taxation?" "I am afraid that simply won't work." The Waziri waved the suggestion away impatiently. "Not that exactly. The money raised will be used to build something useful in the villages, say, drilling a well in each of the 12 villages. Surely, the people would be happy to contribute to that." "I thought the whole purpose of this was to generate publicity for the anniversary," the Waziri said. "Yes, we will generate publicity, but we have to go about it the right way. We will organize a fundraising event and get the people to come and contribute money. But the point is that most of the money will be donated by the state and the businesses that we will invite, not the people." "Then, what do we do with the money? That is, if we are able to get the money?" the Waziri asked skeptically. "We build something with it for the village, like drilling a well. The new governor and his commissioners will definitely come to the fundraising because this is the kind of thing they like to be seen doing. And of course, we will make sure the media are there to cover it. Even the Minister for Culture will be happy to come. After that, the whole country will be talking about Katie. The papers and the television stations will be lining up to interview you and the May, and we will make sure to mention the coming anniversary in all the interviews." But the Waziri didn't seem very keen on the idea. And so, Mamo didn't expect to hear any more about it. But then, to his surprise, they may, at their next interview session, a month after the council meeting, brought it up. Secretary, do you know any youth clubs, football clubs, and things like that? Mamo stood before the May, unsure how to answer. He looked to the Waziri for help, but the Waziri looked away, his hand fingering his beard. Yes, sir. I do know some clubs in the village. Good. The Waziri here has an exciting idea. He thinks we should involve the people in our fundraising. You know, the president and the ministers are coming here for my anniversary. We could drill a well or two and get publicity from that. Clever. Very clever, don't you think? Mamo was still standing with his notebook and pen in hand. The Waziri wouldn't look at him. He was picking off an invisible piece of lint from his spotless white robe. I think it is a good idea, Your Highness, Mamo said. Sit down, Secretary. Tell me more. Is it possible? Is it really possible? Mamo sat down. Yes, it is possible. All it needs is careful planning. A committee should be set up to look into it. We must invite the town elders, the club leaders, the local government council, perhaps a representative from the governor, and set things rolling. But first, we must decide what time we want to hold the fundraising event. I suggest we do it in 3 months from now. That should give us enough time afterward to drill the wells and to commission them well before the anniversary itself. The success of all of these, of course, depends on how many wells we are able to drill. Good, but we must not forget that this is not only about wells and villagers. It is about my 10th anniversary. The May shouted, turning to the Waziri as if for support. The Waziri smiled and nodded reassuringly. The May smiled and waved his hand impatiently, urging Mamo to continue speaking. The Waziri looked on, a secret smile twisting his lips. The aim is to have you in the public eye, the nation's eye, till the very day of the anniversary. Then, to cap it off, on the day of the anniversary, there would be the presentation of your biography. Tell me, said the May, looking from the Waziri to Mamo, this biography, what is it all about? The Waziri leaned forward and whispered, Your Highness, it is your family history. Remember, we started the interview last month. Ah, you are the biographer. I knew there was something familiar about you. Where have you been all this while? I have a lot to tell you. Today, I will tell you about my childhood, how I foiled a plan by one of my uncle's wives to poison him. Now, this is what happened. I used to have dreams, and they always turned out to be true. I was a blessed child, you see. Part 4. The May's Durbar. The fundraising Durbar proved successful. The crowd started gathering in the palace square from the early hours of the morning, and by late noon, when the event was built to begin, the square was overflowing, and most people had to find standing space in the roads and in house doorways. Dancers from all parts of Keti and the neighboring local governments came in bus loads, each vying to outdance the other. School children stood in lines in their uniforms and sang songs to the governor and the May. Mamo sat in the third row behind the May and the Waziri and the military governor, enjoying the spectacle, happy that the event was proving a success. He had had his doubts at moments during the organization, and even today, he had not deemed the event a success till he saw the governor arrive with his entourage of commissioners and secretaries, sirens wailing. Then he had turned to the Waziri and smiled. The Durbar angle came from the Waziri, who suggested a horse race in the square in front of the invited dignitaries and villagers to lend an air of competitiveness to the fundraising. Now the Waziri nodded as if to say, "I told you so," as the horsemen came out in their colorful robes and raced right up to the front row, throwing up their spears and catching them again, all the while chanting praises of the May and the governor. The equestrian display proved to be the day's piece de resistance. Even the governor couldn't help waving his swagger stick in appreciation. After the spectacles and the speeches, a sum of over 15 million naira was realized, most of it from the state government, more than half of it in promises. Later that evening, the Mai hosted the important guest at a private party in the government guest house. This was the guest house originally built by J.B. Graves. It now belonged to the local government council. Over the years, more rooms had been added till it was now a big rambling house, taking up much of the space on the hilltop. From that height, most of the village below was in view. The lights from the houses and shops and moving vehicles shone dully through the trees and the dust from the untarred roads. Inside, Mamo sat in a corner with a glass of juice in his hand, watching and listening. Most of the faces in the room were guests from out of town. They stood in little groups, whispering, slapping, drinking, networking. There were young men who, through their connections, had risen high in government. They talked the loudest about big government contracts, about the ministers and governors they knew personally. There were women in stiff, towering headscarves and colorful buba, standing hand in hand with the pot-bellied, fat-jawed, slit-eyed big men, into whose ears they whispered while their eyes feverishly scanned the room for their next mark. Figures in millions dropped carelessly from lips to hang in the air. The May stood still in his grand robes, sat in a group. The May, still in his grand robes, sat in a group with the military governor and the Waziri. Before them, there was a small queue of people waiting to be introduced to the governor. After a while, the May's group stood up and went around the room, shaking hands. Mamo saw the May's usually dull eyes sparkling and his hands moving up and down in grand gestures. Mamo moved toward them and stood next to the Waziri. "Where have you been? The governor has been asking to meet you." The Waziri whispered to him, taking him by the hand and tugging him forward. The maid turned and saw him, and a smile lit up his face. "Your Excellency, here he is, the man who organized everything, my personal scribe," he said. The governor, still dressed in his colonial uniform, looked even shorter up close than he had looked earlier at the square. His epaulets sparkled with brass, his beret slanted at a rakish angle on his head, and all the while he tapped the floor with his swagger stick. "Well, well," he said, stretching forth his hand. "At last, the elusive secretary. Everyone has been talking about you. How did you do it?" I did not do it alone, sir," Mamo stammered, his hand still in the governor's tight military grasp. "May, I didn't know he was so young. I thought all the traditional council employees were old men." The governor joked and waited for the obligatory laughter. Then he went on. You really shouldn't keep such talented people hidden away in the village. You must send them to work for me in the capital. We need them. Ah, Your Excellency, I must disagree. We need them more than you. Otherwise, how can we hope to lure you to the villages every once in a while? The mayor retorted, and there was more laughter. A few career sycophants even clapped their hands and loudly repeated the mayor's witticism to each other. The group was standing in the center of the room. Mamo, standing next to the governor and the mayor, felt like an animal caught in a car's headlights. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now the governor turned to an alert-looking young man behind him. Mamo thought the man looked vaguely familiar and said, "Captain, give him my card." "Mamo, you must come to me to see me at the State House. I have heard about the biography you are writing. Maybe after the maze, you will do mine." Eh? The aide handed Mamo a card. "Thank you, sir." After the governor and the mayor had moved on, Mamo remained surrounded by a few curious men who took the governor's card from his hand to admire it and to copy the phone numbers. I should be more careful with that if I were you," a man said, taking the card and returning it to Mamo. He was a tall, military-looking man, about Mamo's age. He extended his hand. "I am Major Hamza, the new local government administrator. I am surprised we haven't met before, though I only got transferred here a couple of weeks ago." He had a Fulani accent. Mamo shook his hand. "I am Mamo," he said. The Waziri joined them and said, "I see you two have met. Mamo, since you have started making important connections, better ask for the major's card. He might prove more useful to you than the governor himself." The major laughed self-deprecatingly and said to Mamo, "Has the Waziri told you about the party we are having here next week?" Mamo shook his head. "Saturday evening. Why don't you drop in? It will be great. Waziri, I hope you will make sure he comes." The Waziri clapped a hand on Mamo's shoulder, his bad eye twitching. "Of course, I will bring him myself." "I will be expecting you," Hamza said, and moved to another group. Suddenly, Mamo felt tired. It was a delayed reaction to the weeks and months of grueling exertion to which he had subjected himself in organizing the Durbar. His legs felt weak, his head ached, and for a moment the familiar panic that he might be going into a crisis gripped him. But then the dizziness passed. He felt his senses heightened. He could hear the voices and see the people around him with hyper clarity. A woman to his left was crushing him. Her huge breast dug into his arm. He could even smell her sweat. The ceiling fan overhead squealed as it revolved. The Waziri's sweaty face showed every pore, every hair. He also remembered why the governor's aide had looked vaguely familiar. He had seen the man in a picture where he was holding a sword, cutting a wedding cake, arm in arm with Zara. He heard her voice, clear, bitter, telling him, "My ex-husband's name is George. Everyone calls him Captain George." "Excuse me," Mamo said to the Waziri. "I need to get some air." He escaped the room and went out to the veranda. The party was gradually breaking up. The mayor had left, but the governor, an inveterate party animal, was still around, surrounded by a group of admiring women. The Waziri and Major Hamza were also inside, waiting to catch the governor's eye. Mamo breathed the warm night air and felt glad that today had been a great success. Now he had to address the task of writing the book. If only he could write a book that would both satisfy his conscience and please the palace. but he knew that was going to be impossible. Crickets chirped in the night air. Fireflies glowed in the grass and flew over the line of cars parked before the gate. One of the cars, a Peugeot 505, was his, placed at his disposal by the mayor himself to ease his transportation needs. The interior light in one of the cars suddenly flashed as its door opened, and a woman jumped out, loud music blasting out after her, drowning out the loud curses she was hurling into the car's open door. She slammed the door and staggered away, rearranging her dress. She brushed past Mamo, still cursing, and went into the room. After a while, a man came out of the car, zipping up his fly, dragging on a cigarette. He came and stood on the veranda next to Mamo. It was the Captain George. "Hello," Mamo said, turning to the aide-de-camp and offering his hand. The captain turned, frowning, and then he smiled when he recognized Mamo. "Did you see that? The stupid bitch would rather have unprotected sex than suck." Did you see that? The stupid bitch would rather have unprotected sex than something else. Can you believe that in this time and age? Can you believe that in this time and age? The captain sounded surprised. "I can believe that," Mamo said. The captain looked sharply at him, blowing smoke into his face. Mamo coughed, waving the smoke away with both hands. "I was going to offer you one." "Thanks. I have sickle," Mamo began, and then he stopped. "I don't smoke," he said. The captain inhaled and said, "Wise decision. They are impossible to stop once you've started." After a long silence, Mamo took a deep breath and said, "I know your ex-wife, Zara." The captain threw away his cigarette and came closer to Mamo, peering at him as if he were nearsighted. He stank of booze and cigarettes. He said theatrically, "Don't tell me you are also screwing her." "Ha ha." Mamo said nothing for a while, but suddenly he felt sad and good at the same time. Sad because Zara had had to spend almost 3 years of her life with this jerk. Sad because she had actually had a child with him, but happy because she had had the courage to walk away. "We were colleagues. I understand she's in South Africa now," Mamo went on. "Yeah, she is married to her South African at last, but I bet you she'll soon leave him. That bitch can't stay married to anyone. I give her a year, 6 months. Hell, 3 months, and she'll be back, begging me to have her back." "She got married?" Mamo tried to keep his voice neutral, but he couldn't. He couldn't have succeeded because George looked at him curiously and said, "Hey, what's all this interest in Zara? You are not related to her, are you?" "We are distant cousins," Mamo lied, thinking everyone was related to everyone else in Katy if you dug far back enough. He wanted to ask George if he was really sure about his facts, if there was a chance he might have been misinformed about the marriage. "Very important," George was saying. Mamo had missed most of the speech. "Just don't lose the card. I think he likes you, and you can turn that into money. I mean serious money. Just ask for me when you come to the State House." But Mamo was walking away. He wanted to be alone at home. He was tired, and the morning was only hours away. He got into his car and drove away. When he went to bed, he could not sleep. He watched the false dawn grow dark again and finally change places with the real dawn. He listened to the cock crowing with all its heart, and he thought, if only we could bring to our lives half the conviction that cocks bring to crowing, then. Inside, he felt small, insignificant. He had lost his passion. It seemed at every turn something waited to thwart his optimism, his hope. He did not go to work in the morning. He remained in bed, reading. Nothing seemed important today, not the office definitely. He had moved into his father's bedroom 2 months ago. It had been locked up, unoccupied since his father's death. And 2 months ago, Auntie Marina had told him she was moving his things to the room, that she was sure he would be more comfortable there because it had bigger windows than his own room. But throughout his first week, there he had slept poorly. Throughout his first week there, he had slept poorly, unable to get used to the huge 4-poster bed. Then, the next week, he had removed the big bed and brought in his old bed. He also repainted the deep indigo walls sky blue. The indigo reminded him too much of his childhood and the day he had woken up sick in this room with Auntie Marina seated next to him. Now, she knocked on the door, and after a while she came in. "Are you all right, twin?" "I am fine," Mamo said, trying to sound light, cheerful. "Are you not going to work today?" "I am taking the day off," he said. "Are you sure you are all right?" For a moment, he felt tempted to tell her about Zara, but he stopped himself. This was a personal pain, a personal disappointment. He'd sit in a corner alone, like a wounded dog, and lick his wounds, gradually rallying himself for another climb, another leap. That was what life was all about anyway, wasn't it? One hill after the next till finally you came to the hill you couldn't climb, or you were just too tired to try. Like his father, like Mr. Graves, like his uncle Aruna. And Zara, had she also met a hill that was too high to climb, too wide to circumvent, and decided to give in? But he said to himself, "Why do I go on flagellating myself over something I knew I had lost a long time ago? For surely from the moment she told me she was going to South Africa with a former friend, I knew I had lost her." This was the time to let it go. Finally, let it all go. Life's river would bring more in a second. He took a week off from work and spent the days sleeping and reading and going for long walks in the evenings. At night, he sat out on the veranda with his auntie beside him, and together they'd stare anxiously into the dark, cloudy sky. All night long, the clouds would pass, raising hopes of rain, but by morning, the sky would be clear again. This was the second month of the rainy season, but the rain had still not fallen. Party people. It was a birthday party for Major Hamza's girlfriend at the Hilltop Guest House. The Waziri said to Mamu as they drove in, "This place is perfect. No one comes here who is not invited. We come here most evenings to relax. You know what I mean?" Mamu said he knew what he meant, but what the Waziri meant became even clearer when they went in. The party was already in progress at the open courtyard behind the main house. Music blared from a huge stereo in the veranda, and it seemed the whole courtyard was filled with young, giggly girls. None of them seemed to be older than 20, trying desperately to look cool and sophisticated. Sprinkled among the girls were a few men, most of them elderly, though there was another group of young military types standing on one side. Major Major Hamza's colleagues, most likely. Most of the guests were already seated in plastic chairs under broad-leaved umbrella trees, from whose branches colored light bulbs blinked into the night. The entire compound was surrounded by huge brick walls, studded with barbed wire and broken bottles. As the Waziri and Mamo took their seats, some of the men came over to the Waziri to pay their respects. Some of the faces Mamo had seen before while organizing the Durbar. There were councillors from the local government and a few contractors who made their living from contracts awarded by the local government. They handed Mamo their cards, as they shook hands. Their girlfriends clung to their arms as if to keep their balance on their high heels. Major Hamza came out of the house and shook hands with them. "I see you are able to make it," he said, pumping Mamo's hand enthusiastically as if they were long-lost friends reuniting. Then he pulled the Waziri to one side and they whispered for a long time. "There is never a shortage of girls at these military parties. I never miss them." The Waziri said as he returned. A young girl came over and sat in his lap as soon as he had taken his seat. He turned and winked at Mamo with his good eye. "Get one of your friends to keep my friend here company. A beautiful one, good, clean girl." The Waziri said to the pouting, gum-chewing girl in his lap. The girl remained seated, clinging more tightly to the Waziri. Mamo was served food, but he was not really hungry. After a few bites of the chicken, he pushed aside the plate. The girl who had served him and who had been watching him from across the courtyard approached him and said coyly, "Don't you like the chicken? I cooked it, you know." "It was excellent. I just wasn't hungry," he explained. The Waziri leaned over and whispered in his ears, "I think she likes you." Mamo turned and looked fully at the girl. She was young, like all the other girls, not more than 18. Her hair was braided and the tail rested on her shoulders. She had a nice smell and wide, disarming eyes. The Waziri stood up and clumsily dragged his girlfriend to the central clearing, where a few couples were dancing to a new song from the stereo. Some of the men cheered when they saw the Waziri bravely attempting to follow the fast-paced hip-hop beat. "Would you like to dance?" the girl asked Mamo. "No," he said. "I am not good at that, I'm afraid. Why don't you drag a chair over and we can talk?" She smiled and nodded. She placed her chair so that it touched his. Her perfume floated in the air, sweet and a bit too mature for her young age. "What is your name?" he asked. "Julie," she said. "What's yours?" "Mamo." "So, what do you do? Are you a student?" To Mamo's surprise, she took his hand and burst out laughing. "What is the matter?" "You," she said, still laughing. "You sounded like my father, the way you asked that question." "Tell me about your father," said Mamo, his smile uncertain. Now everyone was taking their seat. A table was being set in the central clearing. "They are going to cut the cake," Julie whispered to him, making her lips deliberately brush his ear. Her breath hot against his skin. She held his gaze when he looked at her, her eyes bold, unblinking. The cake was brought in ceremoniously by two girls. It was on a silver tray and covered in white cloth. Everybody clapped when it was uncovered. The cake stood, pink and huge, incandescent with 18 candles on the surface. Actually, she is 20, and this is not her birthday at all. She just wanted a party, Julie said, giggling into his ear. "Is she your friend?" "My cousin," Julie corrected. clapping like everyone else as the celebrant stepped forward and stood before the cake. A group of her friends around her. She was petite, chirpy, dressed in a skimpy pink evening dress with matching high heels and bag. She waved impatiently at someone in the shadows. It was the photographer. He ran forward and stood before the girls, his camera poised, but suddenly the celebrant shrieked, looking around her wildly. Wait, wait, where is Julie? Where is Julie? The others echoed. Where is the others echoed the cry, and Julie stood up, a pleased smile on her lips. She squeezed Mamo's arms and whispered, I'll be back. After the cutting of the cake, the girls danced and the men showered money on them. Mamo watched as the notes cascaded down and formed a carpet on the grass. Well, well, the Waziri said, leaning over to Mamo, his hand caressing his beard, his eyes glinting animatedly. I see you have already found company. Mamo caught a whiff of gin on the Waziri's breath. On the table before the Waziri was a 2-liter bottle of spring water mixed with gin. As the evening wore on, the effect of the gin showed more and more on the Waziri's speech. His eyes, and soon he grabbed his girlfriend and, waving good night to Mamo, staggered into the house. After midnight, the party moved into the huge living room since the courtyard had grown chilly. I'll have to call it a night now. Do you want me to drop you somewhere? Mamo asked Julie. What's the time? She asked, standing up, taking his hand. Almost 1 a.m. Why do you have to rush away? Don't you want to hear about my father? Remember you asked me about my father. Her lips were on his ear, her arms around him, and she was laughing, her eyes a bit dulled by drink. When they went in, she dragged him right past the dancers in the living room to one of the bedrooms. There are 7 bedrooms in this house, she said, sprawling out on the bed, kicking off her shoes and rolling onto her stomach. Do you know that a president once slept in this house? Probably in this bedroom, on this bed. Who told you that? Mamo asked, sitting beside her. One of the men, Major Hamza. The president couldn't have slept here. He was in Katy for only an hour. Oh, she squeezed up her face. She began undressing, starting with her buba, then the wrapper, till she was in her underwear. Now she looked at him, and her eyes were suddenly clear. She wasn't really as tipsy as she had made out. You would stay the night, wouldn't you? Her hands were behind her, unhooking her bra. Her voice had gone sultry, seductive. I am so tired, he said. He lay on his back beside her, staring up at the ceiling. She stood up and went on undressing, bobbing on the bed. The bra came off, then the panties. She towered over him, her legs on either side of his body. Her arms akimbo. She looked magnificent in her nakedness, and she knew it. Her breast peaked like twin spears. Her hips curved and flowed flawlessly into her thighs. Slowly she descended onto him, spreading the full length of her body over his, covering his mouth with hers. When he got home, still early in the morning, he was overwhelmed by a sudden need for air. His lungs felt constricted. His body felt hot and feverish. He put on his thick walking shoes and took a path into the fields. He walked in the dry grass and brambles for a long time, feeling the twigs break under his soles. passing the farmers who picked determinedly at the dry, rock-solid earth, occasionally glancing up into the sky, as if by dint of willpower they could make the clouds gather and the rain fall. He walked until he grew tired. In his mind, images of Julie's young, supple body, with her legs twined around his waist, kept appearing and reappearing. Sometimes the face on the body changed to that of Zara, causing him to start suddenly and to look behind him, as if expecting her to appear out of the air. Let it go, he told himself. Let it all go. The young pretender. The young pretender. There were more parties, mostly at the same venue, mostly with the same people, and mostly for the same reasons. Birthdays for girlfriends. With the success of the fundraising Durbar, Mamo found that his life had almost imperceptibly entered into a new sociable phase. Strange women began to drop in at his office, introducing themselves as contractors or agents for contractors, asking for news of the wells that they heard were soon going to be dug in all the villages. When he told them he really didn't know anything about that, that he was only a secretary, they would laugh knowingly, press his hand, and look meaningfully into his eyes, and tell him they'd take care of him once they got the contract. They were mostly middle-aged women, the direct opposite of the birthday party girls, who might well be their daughters. Some of them were not without charms. Some were married, some single, but all implied they were available for business or pleasure. They gave him invitation cards to more birthday parties and housewarming parties in the state capital, invitations which he never honored. The Waziri said, laughing, "Accept their invitations, have your liaisons with them, then tell them, sorry, you are not the one in charge of the contract, but that you will put in a word for them with the May. You have worked so hard since you came here. You must also learn to relax. But there is still so much to be done. When will work on the wells begin? Has the May said anything yet? Young man, you have done your part. The rest is in our hands. I want you to know that we, the May, and all his councillors care for the people more than you will ever know. Don't forget, his whole life as May is dedicated to serving the people." Mamo nodded. "Yes, I guess so. I just want to be sure things are going according to plan, because the next stage, which is the publicity, will depend on how soon the wells are completed." They had formed a core group consisting of Major Hamza, the Waziri, and some contractors and councillors. A few of Major Hamza's military friends occasionally drove down from the state capital to spend their free evenings at the guest house, partying or just watching movies with the girls. Some days, like today, when it was too hot to stay indoors, or when they were feeling restless, they'd drive into town to the bar rooms and restaurants that had started springing up all over Keti. On such occasions, the Waziri always stayed back with his girlfriend and his bottle of spring water mixed with gin. "I must maintain some level of decorum. I can't be seen in bar rooms with women," he would say. They drove in a convoy of 3 or 4 cars, playing soft music. The girls all doled up and chattering loudly in the back seats. The hotel managers would come out to the cars to meet them as soon as they arrived, effusively leading them to a special section in the courtyard, covered in trees and dim lights, away from the noisy, crowded main hall. A waiter would hover around to attend to them throughout the evening. The girls always drank wine. The men drank ice-cold beer with good goat's head pepper soup. Mamo was the only teetotaler, always nursing a bottle of soft drink and enduring the other men's jeering comments. Major Hamza and the councillors discussed contracts and their impending trips to London or some other foreign capital. While Mamo listened, Julie was cuddled up against him, surrounding him with endless chatter about things she had bought on her return trip to Lagos. She dealt in jewelry and shoes and bags. She bought them cheap in Lagos and sold them to the socially ambitious housewives in Keti and the surrounding towns. Most of her clients had only seen such dresses or shoes or jewelry in Lagos society magazines or worn by someone at a wedding and wanted to look like them. So where do you get your capital from? From my father, she answered shortly. She didn't like it when he talked like that. She never asked him for money. He was glad for that because he wasn't sure how he would respond if she did. He bought her gifts when he could, nothing expensive, for which she always showed extravagant appreciation. Often, he tried to interest her in school. She had a good mind and an amazing head for figures. But her studies had ended 3 years ago when she graduated from secondary school. She turned to the other girls who were waving frantically to a tall, dreadlocked youth in a yellow Bruce Lee tracksuit. He had emerged from behind the trees and was headed for the drinking hall. "Prince, come and play for us," the girls shouted. Now Mamo saw that the young man was carrying an acoustic guitar slung over one shoulder. A cigarette dangled at an angle from his lips. "He is really good," Julie said to Mamo. The young man stood before their table, his cigarette sending smoke into his eyes, forcing him to blink. He appeared to be quite popular with the girls. He was handsome in a rugged, unkempt way. They gave him money and cigarette, and soon he was strumming away, his back prompt against the umbrella tree under which they were seated. He sang a couple of reggae tunes in a hoarse, manly voice. After he had left, Mamo asked,
Who is he? You don't know him? One of the councillor Lafutoros asked. Exiled to Yoruba land. He died there and you do not know that, do you? Ha ha ha, this boy. Prince claimed to be my grandchild. He even had some papers to prove it. But no one believed him. Some people think he is mad. He smoked marijuana, but he is harmless. He is singing in the bathroom and is rallying popular with the girls as you should have just seen. From his position, Mamo could see clearly into the bar hall. Prince was going from the table to table,
shaking hands, accepting drinks, and slurring on his guitar. He stopped when he got to a large group. A request was made. Priest nodded and began to sing, throwing his lock into the air, singing madly, his eyes closed. The group clapped and threw money at him. The engineers, Julie told him following the stair. What engineers? The water engineers, the one digging the wells. They have been around for weeks, but surely you must know about them. You work with the waziri, you people said. She stopped and shook her head. Why did you stop? What did you people say? Nothing. He took her hand. Julie, tell me. She struggled, looking at the others, who were pretending not to be listening. Well, people say that the engineers are really not good engineers, and that the waziri and you hired them just to find an excuse for embezzling the money from the fundraising. And people said that. Mamo asked, feeling his mouth go dry, but trying to smile, to appear nonchalant. I don't believe what people say. Really, I don't. But you know how people talk, Mamo said. But I didn't even know work had started on the well. Hey, Major Hamza said, patting him on the shoulder. People will always talk once you are in a position of influence. If it is not the wealth, it be something else. It is what we call the PhD syndrome. Put him down syndrome. Ha ha ha. The others chimed in laughing, breaking the tension. Mama watched the engineers through the door. One of them, fat and short, had jumped to his feet and was dancing to Bob Marley's Get Up, Stand Up, the strain of which were coming clearly to them under the tree outside. Mama felt numb, and all he wanted to do was go home, lie down and think. His mind had totally shut down and he couldn't think. That was all he wanted to do right now. Think. He pushed Julia away as she leaned forward to rub her lips against his. Inside the hall, the corpulent man danced with a girl on each arm. Once a while, dipping his hand into his back pocket and throwing money at Prince. He left his friend at the bar and drove home, his eye blinded by anger. That night, he drafted a short, angry resignation letter addressed to the waziri. Only then was he able to sleep. I saw the water engineer yesterday, Mamo said to the waziri early the next day. He had arrived very early and had waited for the waziri in his office. His hand was in his pocket, waiting to bring out the resignation letter. I didn't know work had already started on the walls. Oh yes, I was going to mention it to you, but I didn't want to bother you. I know how time-consuming your writing is, Waziri said, coming swiftly around his seat. Mamo felt the anger rising in his chest, denying his speech. But surely I should have been informed, seeing that it was me who first raised the idea of the fundraising and the wealth. Calm down, calm down. I understand why you felt left out. It's natural. Don't think I am trying to steal credit from you. But you know the council work by committee. You were not around the week we met. Remember? You took a week off. By the way, all the mice spoke highly of you at the meeting. We all decided that the sooner we began the project, the better. We decided to begin with the money, and that has started coming in. Of course, not all the promise made publicly at the Dubar will be honored, but we decided to begin work immediately with what little we have. You see, we are aware of the people's trust in us and of how much money has a habit of getting sidetracked into other ventures. So we said, let's work begin. First in Keti, then when more money comes in other villages. Mama listened, he kept his eyes on the waziri's smooth, skinny face. getting more and more convinced that he was being lied to, but there was nothing he could do about it. "You do understand, don't you?" the Waziri asked, ending his long speech. "People say the engineers are not real professional," Mambo began, but the Waziri cut him off short with a wave of the hand. "I hired them myself. I have seen those projects done by them. Of course, I have heard what people say, but don't let that bother you. They will eat their words soon." Mamo changed the subject. "I saw a man yesterday called Prince. He claimed to be an heir to his throne." The Waziri waved his hand dismissingly. "Ha ha ha. I wonder how long it will take you to run into that madman. He is just a disturbed young man who wants to look important by making this ridiculous claim. So you have investigated his claim, and there is no truth in it?" "Absolutely none. So don't bother yourself about it. Does the Mai knows that this man? Does the Mai knows about this man? My dear talented scribe, I am surprised that you still haven't realized there is very little that goes on in this town that we do not know about. The town elders you see come here daily. They are more loyal to the throne than they are to their pastors or imam or even to their own families. They tell us everything." "Well," said Mamo, "I am surprised no one told me about this. I found out by accident, just like I found out about the wells." He waited for the Waziri to comment, but when he said nothing, Mamo went on. "I will still need to meet this guy to hear what he has to say. It will make an interesting side story, no doubt." "Do that," the Waziri said sharply. When Mamo looked surprised at his objection, he gave a little laughter and said, "Don't bother yourself going to him. He is not that important. We know where he stays. I will have him brought to your office and you can interview him here. Just tell him when." "Thanks," Mamo said, standing up. Now he was utterly sure he couldn't trust the Waziri. As he was about to step out, the Waziri called after him, "How is the book going?" "Good, very good. Remember we have just a few months to the anniversary." Back in his office, he slowly tore up the resignation letter. It had been stupid to resign now. The best thing was to stay and find a way of either blackmailing the Waziri to do the right thing, or if he doesn't, to expose him only by doing what would Mamo be able to clear his own name. He wanted to talk to somebody, to vent his feeling and perhaps get some advice. He went to his uncle, but his uncle wasn't at home. He had gone to the state capital and wouldn't be back till early the next day. Mamo drove around aimlessly, finally ending up at the site where the Ketty well was being dug. It was by the roadside, not too far from the old abattoir. The site seems to be deserted apart from a single old pick-up truck and a ring half buried in the ground. A tool shed made from zinc and wood stood open and a short, stocky man stand at the entrance. He gave Mamo a broad look. "Are you the guard?" The man nodded lazily. "I am looking for the engineers." "You might look, but you won't find them." "Why, where are they?" "They have gone to the state capital." "When will they be back?" The man shrugged, yawned and closed his eyes. In the afternoon, he went looking for the prince, not knowing where he lived. Mama decided to ask Julie if she knew. He met her at home. She was just waking up. He had been to the house once before, and now he knew that he had no father. Her father had died many years ago, and she lived with her mother, who was a secretary at the local government secretariat. He had never met the mother. The only time he was at the house, he had met only Julie and a group of her friends, chatting in the living room, applying makeup and nail polish while watching a Nigerian movie. He met the same group today. They all seemed to be just waking up from sleep. Julie was in a long flower-patterned nightgown, yawning and blinking when she met him at the door. "I know where he lives, but I can't go out now. Come back later in 2 hours, after I have taken my bath. Or you can just wait here with the girls. I will give you an hour. Hurry up." "But I am hungry. I will need to eat first, then I will buy you lunch." He went home and brought his recorder and a camera, all the while thinking up the question to ask the young pretender. Julie was waiting for him when he returned, dressed in a shirt and a blouse. He followed her direction and soon they were at the house. It was really a single mud hut by the roadside. The thatched roof was held down in places by huge rocks and pumpkins that looked as if they had rolled down any moment. When he knocked on the wooden door, it swung open, the hinge cracking loudly, to reveal an empty interior. "Are you sure this is where he lives?" he asked Julie. "I am sure," she said. They went in. It was dark and musty inside, but clearly no one lives here anymore. An empty iron bed frame stood in a corner, newspaper page and a cigarette butt littered the hard mud floor. As they turned to go, Julie pulled at his hand and pointed at a woman standing before the entrance of a neighboring compound, holding a child firmly by the hand, staring at them with a bovine intenseness. They went over. "Hello," he said to the woman. She didn't answer. "We are looking for Prince. Does he live here?" "Prince is gone," the woman said after a obvious debate with her. "He left early this morning. Some people came to see him and left afterward." "What people?" Mahmoud asked. The woman didn't answer. Julie knelt down and handed the child a 50 naira note, tickling it in his protuberant belly.